The show is about to begin, but in the meantime, I wish to tell you about a miracle. It happened just the other day. A miracle, I say, happened just the other day. One would not believe in free speech, but remember, Big E Free Speech 2.5. Big E Free Speech 2.5. Big E Free Speech 2.5. Out of CEBU posted a challenge for several people to step up and to move past their chronic bickering over the past 4 years. And with Big E's challenge, he offered not one, not two, not three, or four, or five, or six, or seven, or eight, or nine, but exactly $10,000. $10,000, and it could be more, to a small group of individuals to get into fighting shape, start hitting the bag, start practicing their boxing skills, and then giving them a certain amount of months to perform their training exercises. Then and only then will Big E Free Speech 2.5 set up an actual boxing ring on his property in Cebu, sanctioned by not only the barangay captain, but the barangay police and the PNP of Cebu, for a boxing match that will be televised worldwide with a guaranteed purse of $2,000 for the losers and possibly $10,000 or more for the winners. And within 24 hours of Big E's challenge going out, it's a miracle, I tell you. We have to get down and pray for the 2 of the 3 men that came down with serious chronic back and wrist pain within 24 hours of the challenge. It's almost as if God itself was protecting these men somehow. But we have to pray for these 2 men's chronic back and wrist pain of an unbelievable nature. One man, aka the Mantis, he's not even able to strike his Bic Flick lighter with his left wrist, therefore disqualifying him from any possible future games in the ring. This happened within 24 hours of Big E Free Speech putting out a $10,000 challenge to the Mantis to get into the ring with his archenemy. But it's not going to happen. So what we need to do right now is we need to pray hard, pray every day for the Mantis and his wrist to get back together again. But it gets worse, folks. It gets much worse. There's another gentleman out there who within 24 hours, I say within 24 hours of hearing Big E Free Speech 2.5's challenge, developed chronic back pain. We need to pray because he was almost unable to get up off his couch yesterday. Almost unable to get off his couch yesterday, and made note of that on his live stream, that for some reason his back was chronic again and he was almost unable to get up off his couch yesterday. So we need to pray for his back to get better. And also, we need to pray for the following items. We need to pray for the following items. We need to pray that one day, these two men will grow mothballs in their backyard so that they can get rid of the bugs, because the mantis is constantly chasing bugs away, flying insects, crickets, especially crickets, and or other nefarious insects. The mantis needs mothballs. The mantis needs mothballs, but not as much as the little man in CEBU. He needs mothballs because he has an ant infestation on his property. So we have to pray that these two guys can grow a mothball tree in their backyard, which would spew mothballs all over the property and get rid of the bugs and the other infestations. We need to pray. And now it's 8 o'clock, and we will, in fact, be unboxing the Mavic Air 2S drone. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we pray. We pray for the mantis that his wrist makes a full recovery and he's able to get into the ring and earn, for once in the last 30 years of his life, earn a living. We pray for the mantis. And remember, mantis, this is all on you, mantis, because you made fun. You made fun of a commenter on your page 2 days ago, plainly stating that they were coming to my house, two men, and you laughed about it. That was the last time anybody will ever support you and your cause, as far as I'm concerned. As for the little man and his chronic back pain, we pray that his chronic back pain goes away. We pray in the name of the Lord, in the name of the Lord, in the name of the Lord God. We pray that the chronic back pain goes away, and goes away fast, so that he, too, for the last 25 years, who has never earned a dollar of his income for the last 25 years, we pray that he, too, his chronic back pain goes away, and he, too, will be able to earn the $10,000 that Dji Free Speech is offering as a reward to win a three-way boxing match. It would be the first time in 25 years that he has actually earned a dollar. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it's 8 o'clock. Let me show you what we have on board here. What we have here is we have a drone. We have an Air King. We have an Air 2S in here, I believe. I do believe, because it feels like a drone, about the right weight. And how would I know that? Because in this box is the Mavic Mini 2 drone. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up this box to let you know that the drone fleet has arrived. Okay, so let's, hold on. Let me get rid of this. A little bit pressed for space here. And I want to go over to my home page. And I want to go to my home page. Let's go to my home page. And let's open up the the chat. Make sure we don't have any trolls, because I'm going to tell you something. The more trolls I block, the less trolls there are to block. That's my motto. And let's open up my home page, and we go to my live stream, and we're going to shut off the sound because we don't need to hear me. I've already said pretty much what I have to say. You two guys that have been bickering with one another for the last 3 years, and on a daily basis you threaten one another for whatever reason. You had the opportunity. Big E, free speech 2.5 has given you the opportunity to settle your differences, And what happened? You both, it's a miracle, I tell you, both of you backed down. Chronic back pain and chronic wrist pain, where one was unable to get up off the couch and one was unable to light up his own cigarettes with his left hand. And I'm not getting a signal here, which means that we had a blackout. That's what it looks like. Oh boy. Okay, so I'm on my own with my phone. Let's see. Maybe it came back on, the electric. Damn! Blackouts in the Philippines. Okay, the electric's back on, so I should have my computer back on in a few minutes. Okay, so this is the Mavic Mini drone. I'm going to show you that the drone fleet is arriving. We have the Mavic Mini. We have the Mavic Air 2S. Okay, we have a set of floats. I think these are floats for landing on the water. We also have we have a case that will allow me to take this on an airplane or a ferry, whereas if the customs for the ferries and the security at the customs dock or at the ferry dock, this box, I'll just open it up and I'll show you. This box is a box that will hold the drone. I do believe this got to be the drone box. It will hold the drone and the batteries. Because what happens is that's what it is. It's the box. This is, you have to have a box that has a certain amount of capacity to protect batteries. It's a waterproof hard case that will protect your drone, and of course, and the batteries. See, the batteries have a possibility of exploding. The batteries. It's possible for the batteries to explode somehow. I don't know how it's possible, but it is possible. I've seen videos about it. So this box here is an FAA approved explosion-proof box, and also, I don't know, it also stores 3 batteries, 1, 2, 3. 3 batteries plus the battery in the drone itself. I don't know what all of these holes are for. Well, this one looks like it's for the controller. So it's a well-made box. The foam is high quality, high density foam. Hello, Flat Earth Society. And this box is made by none other than DJI. So this is a DJI approved box. And I'll put this someplace in here. So this box was $80. 80 US dollars. No, excuse me. $40? I get confused. I bought so many things. About $40. 1,700 1,800 pesos, about $40 this box was. Now they have other boxes, soft cases, but they're not explosion proof. Not that this is explosion proof, but who knows? With the space age materials that they have now, it only doesn't weigh 15 ounces. So it might be a very strong, might be like some kind of molecular plastic. We'll call it molecular plastic. So this box was $40, and then we have coming. We have the airdrop. I'm going to order the airdrop package, where it can pick up like a sandwich or a battery and bring it to you wherever you are. So now this box here is very light. Doesn't weigh hardly anything. So this has to be the floats. The floats will allow it to land in the ocean or on a lake. I wouldn't advise setting it down in an ocean because it's salt water. I wouldn't advise setting it down in a lake either. But it will allow you to retrieve your drone if it does go in the ocean, which anything is possible on any given day. Just like a miracle that the two gentlemen that were scheduled to get in the ring, those two gentlemen that were scheduled to go into the ring, and of course they sent me the wrong order. The two gentlemen that were scheduled to get in the ring to earn $10,000, both of them came down with chronic injuries. Within 24 hours of the scheduled fight announcement, they both came down with chronic pain. Why is this happening? Hold on a minute. I'm going to have to restart this. I'm going to restart the page, and then I'm going to restart the computer. This Lenovo computer, I'm going to tell you something. I'm not kidding. Never, ever, ever, never, for the rest of your known natural or non-existent natural or life, your rest of your life, never should you ever buy a Lenovo computer, ever. So they sent me the wrong package. They sent me the floats for the mechanism, for the drone, but I ordered double floats. They came with single floats, one for each side. So I'm sure I paid for the double floats because I checked the package, the order yesterday. So they charged me for 2 floats for each, 2 pontoons for each skid. This is the skid. And they only sent me 1 float for each skid. Okay, well, I'm not going to send it back, and I'm not going to worry about it because this stuff here is easy enough to find. I just go to the store, any sports store, and buy a piece of foam if I want more foam. But it's an amazing thing that Lazada will decide to do that without notifying you, because there were other agencies that would send you the float mechanisms, double or single. So these are the double floats. This was about $10. The box was $40. That's $50 in accessories. Now, the other accessory that I bought was a $240 battery. That didn't come yet. So that's $240, and 40 is $280, and 10 is $290. Another accessory that I purchased was the battery charger, which was another $50. So that's about $340. So the one battery is $240. Well, one battery, $250, and 40 is $290, and 50 for the charger is $340, plus $1,020 for the drone, about $1,350. But I'm also going to order I'm going to order the package that drops a package. You can pick up a package or drop a package. So to notify you guys that I've never scammed anybody, because I've heard stories about that as well. This is the original Mavic Mini that once I started receiving super chats, I bought the Mavic Mini, but this does not have obstacle avoidance. So this is the Mavic Mini. Mavic Mini with the free 64 gig SD card. So this is one drone. And this one's going back though. This is $650. So people said, oh, he's never going to buy a drone. Yeah, well, okay, so here's one drone, and here's two drones. So here's the Mavic Air 2S. We're going to open this up. We're going to open this up all the way. So this is definitely the Mavic Air 2S. I peeked yesterday to make sure. So when I did my live stream, I would have, I would be sure I wasn't stating something that was a little false. I don't like lying. I'm not like that crying, the wrist, the man with the broken wrist, who's always crying and lying about something. But he made me very upset the other day. He was told unequivocally that a couple of guys are coming to my house and they're going to do this, that, and the other thing, and he laughed about it. So let me put you on notice, Mantis. You are persona non grata on anything I ever have to do. I will never defend your stance on anything. And I may even assist somebody in putting you into a position where you have to leave the country. I just want you to know that. Because you laughed at when two men were going to come to my house. Somebody told you that two men were going to come to my house and do things, and you laughed and said, oh, that's between you and them. So because you think it's funny, I'm going to tell you something. I am going to be in the exact opposite position that I was to you, Mantis. I have tried to help you. I have offered to take you on vacation. I have offered to set you up with Big E for a dinner, a free vape, free drinks. I have offered to go as to be the go-between between you and him, and you laugh when two men say they're coming to my house to do this, that, and the other thing. Mantis, let me tell you what you are. You are a backstabbing, self-loathing, low-class human being. That's what you are. A backstabbing, self-loathing, low-class human being. That's what you are. You make it okay to be what I would call the dregs of society. Yet, when someone else does exactly what I do, they're your hero. But when I do it, you put me down for it. Mantis, you are on my SHIT list from now on. I will never help you again. And I'm going to tell everybody that the way the Mantis got his first 1,000 subscribers, well, they were bought for him. That's true. I don't know if anybody could prove that, but the Mantis never would have got 1,000 subscribers. Okay, so let's get back onto track here. Cannery in the Philippines. Make a mold out of it. Amazing what they charge. I don't know what you're talking about. Make a mold out of what? I'm not real sure what you're talking about. Come on, Cannery. Come on. What are you talking about? Make a mold out of it. Looks like two to me, unless my math is off. Cannery, get with the program here. It was supposed to be 2 pontoons for each side. Not 2 pontoons total. It shows you 2 pontoons for each side of the skid, which would allow more buoyancy. Come on, Cannery, get with the program. I said that in the beginning. If you go back to the beginning of my thing, it was supposed to come with 2 pontoons for each side. But we don't have to go through that. Could. Mantis, you're on my list. Believe me when I tell you. So you think it's funny that someone told you that 2 people were going to come to my house, and then your answer was, well, that's between you and him. Okay, Mantis, just remember you said that. You are a worthless, self-loathing, e-begging piece of garbage. You've always been that. You'll never amount to anything else than that. You haven't done an honest day's work ever. Do we have a video of you ever doing an honest day's work? Ever. Never had we had a video or any such proof that you've ever done an honest day's work. For all we know, Mantis, you have been on the government dole since you were born, because that's the way it is where you come from. People, generation after generation after generation in the Deep South, have had multitudes of generations that have never worked a day in their life. So for everything that you've ever said about what you did, and where are any proofs of that? Where is any proof that you've ever worked a day in your life? You're not quite as unbelievable as the other little man who came down with chronic back pain yesterday and was barely able to get off his couch. All of you, both of you, the 2 of you came down with chronic back pain and chronic wrist pain, which you immediately notified everybody that you can't get in the ring with anybody. Either of you can't get in the ring with anybody because of the chronic wrist pain. I can't even strike my lighter with my left hand, but you can ride a motorcycle, and you can cook, and you can shake the pot with your left hand, but you can't. The chronic back pain and the chronic wrist pain all occurred. It all occurred within minutes of the Big E Free Speech 2.5 challenge going out. Do you not understand that you look foolish, the 2 of you? You look like a couple of slithering idiots, in my opinion. Okay, so we have another box here, and we have some more black bubble wrap. Let's go over here. This is the Mavic Air 2. Mantis actually has Louis Pagan Ponce. Now, Louis Pagan Ponce is a man with a memory. Louis Pagan Ponce, the Mantis, and Louis Pagan Ponce. Wow, he's become a member. He's a member of my. I don't know what that's called, where you donate so much money per month. Thank you for that, Louis. Mantis actually had the audacity to tell people who asked him to use his stove not to call him sir, because he works for a living. He's never worked a day in his life. Come on, Louis, you know that. Mantis, show us some proof that you had a job. Any proof. Show us some proof that you were a bouncer. Show us a picture of you in a bar. Show us a picture of you flipping waffles. Show us something. You guys got all of these stories that I did this and I did that, and you have no proof of it. And I don't want to show you this. Oh, this one comes with an SD card as well. It was very nice. Okay, so, whoa, this one comes with a 128 gig card. Okay, so this is the unboxing of the Mavic Air 2S. The Dji Air 2S. Doesn't say Mavic. So this is a 64 gig card that comes with it for $1,060. This is worth about 128 gig card. It's worth about $60, $70, this card alone. So this is a nice gift. I didn't know that this came with it. You don't see this as a gift when you order the drone. It doesn't show up until after you purchase it. And I never saw it. I knew that Mini came with a gift, but I didn't know that this one came with a gift. So we're going to take this. Now this is a Lexar. It's a high energy card, a very high quality card. I use a different kind of card in my GoPros, 128 gig GoPro cards were about $60 a few years ago. I don't know if they've gone up or down in price. So let's open up the Mavic Air 2S. So for those of you who said I would never buy a drone and that I was going to take other people's money, donations to my channel, donations to my personal donations. For those of you who said I would never, here it is right here. This is the drone that I said I was going to, one of the drones. I have a whole fleet now. Damn, I have a fleet of drones. I have this drone, and then I have this drone over here, the Mavic Mini, and I have the Mavic Air 2S. Yeah, I scammed everybody, didn't I? Not only did I scam them, but I laid out about $600 out of my pocket so far for the things I was scamming people. I took their money. He's never gonna buy a drone. He's gonna take their money. I gotta put rubber bands on this stuff. I gotta get rid of some of this. I had a lot of stuff here. I got more stuff coming today too. I took their money. Hey, Louis Pagan Punks, take my money. Scam me again. Thank you, Louis. Whoa, my God. You know what? I almost just put something in the pot. I could have disrupted the sound of the pot. I almost put this in the pot, which would drone out the bell ringing, actually. Let's see what happens. Let's see. If I put that in the pot like it was in the pot, oh yeah. Oh yeah. I just almost droned out. Get it? Droned out. No pun intended. Look at that. It's a dead ringer. It's a dead ringer. It's like the Mantis with his chronic wrist pain. It happened overnight. As soon as Big E Free Speech 2.5 put out the challenge, the Mantis had chronic wrist pain where he couldn't light a cigarette. Hey, Mantis, I suggest, I'm going to make a solid suggestion to you, Mantis. I want you to understand something, being serious now. I watched you breathe. I watched you walk from your table to get soda for you, your Jim Beam, whatever that is that you drink, that garbage. And I watched you walk from your table to the ice cooler. And why are you walking to an ice cooler? Because you're so broke, you can't afford a refrigerator, but you're going to buy a motorcycle. None of it makes any sense. But I watched you walk from your camera to the ice box, take ice, put it in your glass, and pour Coke, Pepsi, whatever it was, in the glass, and walk back to your camera, and you were like this. You were sucking wind, Mantis. The little man in Cebu is so right about you being this close to having an asthma attack and checking out. That's how close you are to having, and I have suggested many times that you stop smoking, which is beneficial to you, and yet you continue smoking, saying, if I had the money for a vape, dude, all you have to do is stop drinking Coke for 1 month. You drink 1 liter of Coke every day. 1 liter of Coke is 100 pesos. That's 3,000 pesos in 1 month. A vape costs 2,500. You would still have 500 pesos for oil, for vape oil. I don't know anything about vapes. I wouldn't smoke that crap if you gave it to me for free. I stopped smoking. I don't smoke anymore. Okay, but I would never smoke vape oil. Do you moron that you are, Mantis, you are a complete mental midget. Do you think that the tobacco companies and the American Medical Association is going to let you stop smoking cigarettes for something less hazardous? You moron. Vape oil is oil, okay? Oil. Oil is something that covers. When you when you fry in your house, the oil gets on stuff and it makes a film on on your stove, above your stove, in the vent, oil. It's oil. And when you clean the vent over your stove, what do you have? You can scrape off the oil. And the oil is not biodegradable without a cutting agent, soap or acetone or thinners. You cannot get the oil off. What do you think that vape oil is doing to your lungs, you moron? Popcorn lung from vapes. Okay, well, I don't know I've never researched anything on vapes. Vapes have to be worse. But not that nicotine is not bad, but it is bad. But vapes, it's oil. You are consuming oil. You're a moron. You have, I don't know what your IQ is, Mantis. I would be, seriously, I don't think that you and the little fella from northern Cebu, I don't think your IQs are that far apart. Probably somewhere, but being serious, in the 60, low 60s range, at best, on a good day. And then after you consume your alcohol, and then after the other guy consumes whatever it is that makes him lose track of reality, I would say that your IQs go down into the high 40s. You are a fool, Mantis. Take a look at your own videos. Take a look at your breathing pattern. And the other guy, he can't walk from one end of the house to the other without breathing deep. You just don't see it because he doesn't put it on camera anymore. He's in worse shape than you are, even though he says, I only smoke a little bit. I bet you he smokes as much as you, if not more, because he gets out of breath walking from one end of the house to the other. Vape is bad for you. You have a brain that doesn't work. You've never worked a day in your life. You have no proof of any work you've ever done. You lie about lying, and then you lie about whether or not you're lying, because you are a mantis. A mantis. A mantis. You lie about everything, Mantis. You lied and said that whoever attacked you, which, that was terrible that someone attacked you from the back. You lied about that man was in jail. You lied that he swore that the little man in Cebu was responsible. You lied about it because you've never shown any proof about it. But then you lied about it. Compound lies. You compounded the lie by saying that the fella that attacked you was in police custody, and then he made a sworn statement that it was the little fella in northern Cebu that hired him for 10,000 pesos. You lied about that. You never showed any proof. You never showed us the arrest report. You never showed us the arrest report. And then you said he was in jail. And then when people said, where is he in jail? You said, well, he was released. Okay, that's possible. But you lied about everything up until that point. But here is what the Mantis is able to do. The Mantis is a time traveler. The Mantis is a time traveler. The Mantis is a time traveler. The Mantis's wrist. Go back. February, March, April. Go back. Go back, I say. And look at the Mantis complaining about his wrist as far back as early March. Definitely early April. And the Mantis was unable to move his wrist because something happened to the Mantis' wrist, supposedly. And I don't believe a word of it, actually. But if you say it happened, well, let's just give you the benefit of the doubt. The fact that you've lied 100 times in the last 6 months shouldn't stop us from believing that one top possibility that you told the truth just one time. Anyway, after the Mantis was viciously attacked and hit by the Mantis's own words, hit with a stick from the back, husky. I had a husky. We had a husky when I was 5 years old, Louis. Coco was his name. He was a cool dog. and a lot of hair, a brown husky. The mantis said that his wrist was hurt. Magically, the mantis went back in time the day he got attacked, and it went back in time, and the wrist injury happened not back in March or April or May, but it happened when the mantis was attacked at the end of May or June, whatever that was. I don't know. I don't really pay that much of attention. But either way, somehow the mantis traveled back in time and removed his injury from the back time, from April time, and moved it up until May or June time. You lied about that, mantis, because nothing was ever said about your wrist being injured. Not only that, the hospital didn't put your wrist in an ace band. And you cried. You cried. You cried for 2 months for people to send you money for an ace bandage before you got one. Miraculously, as soon as Big E Free Speech said, we're going to have a boxing match, you put an ace bandage on your hand. And even more miraculous, it's a miracle, I tell you. The little man in northern Cebu mentioned yesterday, oh my back. And when I say, oh my back, I mean, oh my back. I could barely get off the couch. I could barely get off the couch. My back hurts so much. I could barely get off the couch. I lie so much. If it wasn't for Biggie Free Speech and his boxing match, I would have never mentioned my chronic back. My chronic back pain. Yeah, the little man in northern Cebu has chronic back pain. All within 24 hours. All within 24 hours of the challenges going out. Let's read some of these comments. Dennis Adam is in the house. Thank you for stopping by, Dennis Adam. Canoy says, just look up popcorn lung from vapes. Okay, you guys, Dennis has a wrench. He could look that up and post the link. Thank you for that, Canoy. Canoy, popcorn lungs, right. Canoy is correct on the popcorn lungs, Dennis Adams says. Thank you, Dennis. Sorry the dog keeps hitting me. Canoy has a beautiful husky. And Dennis Cupasa, Dennis Canoy Cupasa. Canoy in the Philippines. Lewis doing great. Playing with my husky and walking and typing. Howdy, y'all. And another thing, Mantis, you mumble. You mumble like a little, nobody understands half of what you say, Mantis. And you think that you have something important to add to the YouTube Philippines vlogging community. You haven't posted any content on YouTube in the last 6 months. And then what? And then you're threatening your audience by saying, until you people buy me a motorcycle, I can't do motovlogs. Well, what's wrong with that motorcycle that you have in the driveway there? Is that not? You run it to the store without a license, I may add. I don't believe you have a license. I believe you're breaking the law for riding that motorcycle without a license. I believe that you're in the country illegally for 6.5 years without going to immigration. I believe that you've never left the country in 6.5 years because you don't have a video of that up. I believe you're breaking almost every immigration law possible. I believe that. And why do I believe it? Why am I mentioning that? Because you think it's funny that two men, or one man, said that him and another man were going to come to my house and do things to me, and you laughed about it. That was your downfall, Mantis. That was your downfall. That shows a lack of character, a lack of being a man. You are less than a man, in my opinion. You are less than even a lowlife man, in my opinion. I have helped you repeatedly behind the scenes. I have offered to take you on vacation so that you could fulfill one of your fantasies with the little man. And your response was, no, I'll wait for him to come to my house. Well, he ain't never going to your house, dude. And now that you both have been offered $10,000 to meet in a neutral corner, you both back down like little girls. Both of you. Both of you back down like little girls. So, little girls, you're a little girl. You're not much more than a little girl, Mantis. And go ahead and tell me that you want me to come to your house. I won't go. But go ahead and be a tough guy. Be a tough guy. Go ahead and be a tough guy. You want to be a tough guy, Mantis? Get on with Big E Free Speech 2.5's boxing program. You want to be a tough guy? Do it legal. Don't run your mouth. You've been running your mouth. You and the little man in northern Cebu have both been running your mouths for 3 years, what you're going to do to each other. Neither one of you had the audacity, or even neither one of you had a mothball tree in your backyard so that you could get rid of insects and flying nefarious rodents and stuff like that. Neither one of you have even the smallest mothball tree in your backyard. You are two, I say two, cowards in one. Let's get this bad boy open. This is the Dji Air 2S. Let's open that bad boy up. Let's read the comments. Dennis taught his dog how to talk. Little man and Mantis broke back mountain. You know, I put that in a comment yesterday. The little man in northern Cebu has a broke back mountain. Yeah, that's true. He's cowering in fear of the Mantis. The Mantis has him wrapped up in bundles of angst, anger, and hatred. The Mantis has the little man in Cebu so wrapped up, and the little man in Cebu has the Mantis so wrapped up that neither one of them can stop. It's impossible for either one of them to stop their disgusting displays of angst and anger towards one another. It's impossible for them to move on or get in the ring with one another and settle their differences. That is the truth. That's the truth. The truth is that the Mantis will never, ever, have a mothball tree in his backyard. Neither will the little man in northern Cebu ever grow a pair of mothball trees in his backyard, because mothball trees are much harder to grow. They're not, you either get them when you're born and you have the ability to grow mothball trees when you're born, or you don't have mothball trees in your backyard. It's just that simple. It's not complicated. Either you have mothball trees in your backyard, which allows you to get into the ring with the Mantis and the little man in Cebu and settle your differences, or mothball trees are non-existent and you have no mothballs. No mothballs. Not even mothballs. We should say not even mothballs. Because you don't have mothballs. What can I say? It's the truth. Now, let's see what we got to do here. Okay, so here is the DJI 2 drone. Here it is. Here we go, baby. Okay, let's read the comments. Mr. Fabio, the truth always will set you free. Amen, brother. Preaching at its finest. Thank you. In the Philippines. Look, I truly think the Mantis has a great niche. He can put together a course. Scam Artist Academy. He can. What has he ever kept his promise on? What has the Mantis ever kept his promise on? He collected money for his teeths. 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 At least 3 times, maybe 4 times. And he never got teeths. And the last time the Mantis collected money for his teeths, Pennsylvania trucker gave him $500 to get a new set of teeths. And what did the Mantis do with that money? First of all, he disappeared. He disappeared off of YouTube. He disappeared off of YouTube for about 17 or 18 days. Gone. No videos, no uploads, no nothing. And when he came back, he had a phantasmal story. He had a phantasmal story that made Star Wars look like it was real. His fantastical story was that he was jumped. The $500 was stolen from him. And then he had to go into a hospital for 2 weeks to recover from the injuries from his fantastical story. And he was in a hospital bed in CEBU for 2 weeks. And the $500 that was stolen from him was then used to pay his hospital bill. So which was it, Mantis? Did they jump you and they took your money, or did they jump you, leave you with your money, and you paid 2 weeks hospital bills with $500? Now let me tell you why that's a lie, ladies and gentlemen. An outright blatant lie. Any hospital in the Philippines can cost up to 91,000 pesos a day. Any hospital. But any hospital can cost as little as 40,000 pesos a day. If the person that goes into the hospital is already dead, then they only charge you 50,000 pesos a day to store that person in a cooler. My ex-landlord had a brother who died about 2 years ago. And that brother passed away in the hospital. They brought him to the hospital, and by the time he got there in the ambulance, he had passed. Okay? And they put him in, they pronounced him dead on arrival. And they put him in the cooler that you put somebody in when they pass on. And so he was in that cooler from 10 o'clock in the morning. And the next day, about 11 o'clock in the morning, the sister and her husband went to pick up the man and the man's body so that they could, give him a proper funeral. And the paperwork wasn't done until after like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So they charged my friends 74,000 pesos to have a man in the icebox for 24 plus 3, 27 hours. So Mantis lied when he said he was in the hospital for 2 weeks and used $500 to pay his hospital bill. That's a fact. He lied about that. Now let's go back to the comments. Mothball trees are genetically ingrained in your DNA. That's true. You either have mothball trees at birth or you have no mothballs at birth. One or the other. And neither one of those two guys, their mothballs never drop. You know how like a dog has a package, but it takes like 6 months for the dog's itlogs to drop? Well, those guys, the guy in northern Cebu and the Mantis, they never dropped. They never dropped. Watch it, Fazio. He sold his false teeth to a Filipino who needed it more than he did. The guy is a saint. The guy is a saint. So the Mantis did something altruistic. The Mantis took his teats that Pennsylvania trucker got him and offered them up to a Filipino that needed them more. Hey, I gotta give him a brownie point for that. Thanks for that piece of information. Wow. Lots of love. If the mantis goes into the hospital, he will go straight to the cooler. Worth more dead than alive, 50,000 pesos. You know, mantis, you think that you're getting away with all the crap that you're pulling on YouTube? Mantis, another lie by the mantis. Another absolute blatant lie by the mantis. Another absolute blatant lie by the mantis. Another. I will put that video clip up on my page. If the mantis bets me 10,000 pesos, it doesn't exist. But I want to see that money. I'll go to your house and we'll put the 10,000 pesos on the table, and then I'll post the clip where you said your ex-girlfriend, whose name I will not mention, rimmed a part of your body that I will not mention. And you said it multiple times in multiple videos to ridicule and mock that woman. And then, if that wasn't bad enough, when that woman, who now is taking you to court for breaking some sort of RA codes or law in the Philippines, you deny that you said it. You are a blatant, absolute, disgusting, despicable, lying little man. Mantis, you'll never be anything more. And your claim to fame is that you have a personality. You have no personality. What have you done in the Philippines that you can show anybody of a blog of a nature having to do with the Philippines? Where is it? Putting a camera on the front of a motorcycle and running down the block at 30 kilometers an hour, calling it a moto vlog? You're a fool, Mantis. You're a walking, talking fool to believe that putting a camera on the front of a motorcycle at 30 kilometers an hour is a live stream upload moto blog. You're a fool, dude. Let's open up this bad box here. I have done hundreds, thousands of videos of the Philippines. Thousands. The other guy in northern Cebu, he's just as bad as you, got no content. And whatever content he has, of course, is worthless content. Absolutely worthless. The two of you believe you're bloggers. Neither one of you are bloggers, by the way. Neither one of you would know what a blog was at all. Bantayan Brawler. Oh, he saw the drone. The Bantayan Brawler loves the drone concept. Bantayan Brawler! Bantayan Brawler! This is going to take some effort, but we're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're gonna do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Bantayan Brawler, drone, 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 a home gently on the island. Drone, 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 drone. Rest assured, we're coming. We're coming. The drone, the fleet of drones. Rest assured, the fleet of drones coming to your home. Rome, home. Even if your home was in Rome, I'd fly there. I'd fly there if your home was in Rome. And I would put the drone in the fireproof and explosion-proof case. I would put the drone in the special FAA-approved case if your home was in Rome, but it's not. It's a lot closer than that. Just get ready with that virtual, the virtual, you know what it is. Get ready with that virtual thank you, because me and the drones, we're coming to your home. La 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 la. That's right, baby. The Bantayan Brawler is responsible for more than you know behind the scenes. The Bantayan Brawler has the ability to pull up lats and longs, lats and longs, longs and lats, longs and lats. Most of you who don't know what that is, it's directions. Ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell. Go to hell, ring a bell. We're going to hell. We're all going to hell when we ring the bell. Mantis, you creepy little man. You think it's funny that people are saying behind the scenes they're coming to my house? You just wait, Mantis. Your time is coming. Anything I can do to make that happen faster, I'm going to do that. I don't know what I can do to get you thrown out of the Philippines, but being that you think it's so funny that not one but two people are plotting to come to my house, I'm going to do everything I can. Even if my enemy asks me for assistance, I'm going to help him. Because you... Oh, and by the way, he's one of the guys that are coming to my house, according to you laughing at me. But even if he asks me for assistance to get the Mantis thrown out of the Philippines, I'll help him. We'll get you out, and then he'll get thrown out next, if that's at all possible. But you are easy to get thrown out. You will be easy. I will write a letter. I will write a letter if I can, and I'll have it notarized from my lawyer saying that you are a 6.5-year overstayer. You screwed up when you laughed when my enemy and his buddy decided to come to my house and you decided to laugh about it. Mantis, you are a low-class, self-loathing, useless, what Henry Kissinger would call useless eater. You and Big Kevin. Two people that have not done anything for society in 10 years. Not earned an honest living, scamming and e-begging on YouTube. The two of you in the same category. The other guy can't e-beg because he can't get 1,000 subs because nobody likes him. Mantis. I will write a letter to the Bureau of Immigration. If someone sends me the information to write a letter to the Bureau of Immigration that the Mantis is an overstayer, I'll go on my enemy's side. Remember, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Remember that, Mantis. The next time you laugh when they say they're going to come to my house, remember that. And that's all. Forget what you said in your midday live stream the other day. I have it recorded on YouTube. That's right. Someone sent me the clips. 3 of them now. 3 clips with those two guys. One or the other or both are coming to my house. Ding, 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 ding. Mantis, you silly little man. You know, the only thing that you could beat in a ring, Mantis, is nothing. You couldn't beat nothing in a ring. That's why your wrist has a chronic injury. That's why the other guy, chronic back pain, he developed it within 12 hours of Big E Free Speech Boxing Challenge. The both of you developed chronic pains, which would render you unable to get into the ring. It's a miracle, I tell you. Mantis, you're a slithering little man, as is the other little man. Little man, little man, little man, little man, little man, little man. Okay, let's get this other piece of Scotch tape. I wonder if they still make Scotch. Hey, Bantayan Brawler. Salamat. Thank you, Bantayan Brawler. Hey, Mike Whitcomb hasn't heard the pot in a long time. And if Big E is watching this, he may or may not. He's a very busy man. The reason I don't go on your show live is because, well, number one, until just within a year ago, I didn't have a computer that would do StreamYards or a phone, but that's not the only reason. The reason is because you let every troll on YouTube on your channel, and I don't want to deal with it. I don't deal with trolls. That's, to be honest with you, Big E. I don't mind going to your show and commenting, but you let every troll on YouTube. You think that's what you're trying to do, Big E. Is, I understand this well. You want to build up your channel, and trolls coming to your channel and commenting are a worthy. Smells like drone. Smells good. Oh, being that I opened it up, let's get to this is the very next stage. I can even do it now. I could spray paint this drone with this Art 206 art yellow paint. I'm going to spray paint this drone. I am going to spray paint it. As soon as I know it works, I'm going to spray paint it hard. And somebody said, and well, they should say, don't you think you shouldn't spray paint it because it's a technical instrument? Well, I'm not going to spray the sensors, dude. I'm going to put tape and protection over the sensors. So this is the Mavic Air 2S drone. In the original, in the box. Okay, I opened it up. I'm going to take the Mavic 2 out of the box. Yeah, baby. It has a nice feel to it. And, wow. I have a drone. Let's not get all excited. So there's a methodology. Let me show you how this works for those of you who are new to the drone industry, as am I new. Okay, so unboxing. I've watched an unboxing video. The first thing that one has to do is know how to open up the propeller rotors. So the top arms come out first. On the top arms are yellow stickers. Now those have to be removed. On the top of the battery is a yellow sticker. That has to be removed. On the bottom of the drone, this sticker has to be removed. After you get those stickers removed, then these arms come down. One, down and down. Down and down. Now all four arms are folded out. They're extended. So, and the opposite is true when you're putting it together. You put the lower arms down and under, and you close up the top arms. And then these also close, and you can put this in the case. Then you install the propellers. So let's open this up. Top arms out, bottom arms down and down. Now I can take out the battery. This is the battery. You clip it in. This is a 3,500 milliamp battery, which will give you, they say, 31 minutes is what you're going to get out of this. So now I also have a battery that fits into this, the same size battery, but 5,000 milliamps that I paid $240 for a battery this big. But it's an extended battery that says it gives you 46 minutes of flight time, but it will not. It will give you 38 minutes of flight time. But possibly 40 minutes, 41 minutes. So I definitely paid more than twice the price of this battery is $120. I paid $240 for a battery that will give me about 35% more time, flight time, because I didn't know what I was buying when I bought it. I bought the wrong battery package, but I'm gonna live with that, because I have to reconnoiter some things on a dusty island in Cebu. So let me show you the features of this drone. This is the bottom of the drone. Those batteries are not cheap, says Mike Whitcomb. You're right about that. On the bottom of the drone, the reason I bought this drone and am sending the Mavic Mini drone, this is the Mavic Mini drone. The reason I'm sending this one back, the Mavic Mini, the reason I'm sending this one back is because this one does not have a rear sensor. This is rear sensors here. That other one does not have two rear sensors, one on the top, one on the bottom. It does not have two forward sensors, nor does it have two above vertical sensors. Okay, so this drone was $500, $400 more, but it comes with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 obstacle avoidance sensors, which can save you the cost of a new drone. So this is the drone. Now I'm gonna, for safety reasons, I'm gonna close this drone up. Oh yeah. So the next thing that we have to talk about is everybody. The sticker is stopping it from coming off. Dennis Adam. Hey Dennis, thank you. What? Let's bang a pot. Let's bang a pot. Dennis Adam. Salamat. Dennis Adam has always helped me with my live streams. Dennis Adam has been a very long-term and loyal friend. Dennis Adam will be a friend to the end, and I thank you. Dennis Adam, I thank you for your continued friendship, Dennis Adam. Thank you. Salamat, Dennis Adam, bang a pot, make a lot. Thank you, Dennis Adam. So let me close that drone up. Wait, what did I want to do? I want to show you the camera on the drone. I'll describe to you what this camera does. You're not going to believe this camera. This camera this is a shield. You don't keep this on when you're flying the drone. It's a push button, comes off. This is the case, protective case. This has a 1-inch sensor on it. They call this a sensor. There's also some plastic stickers. I'm not going to do this now, but there's also some plastic doodads that come off of here, tape, little protective gear. This is a 1-inch sensor, 12 megapixel, and you could zoom in, I don't know, you could zoom from 100 yards away and see, read newspaper print, the headlines of a newspaper from 100 yards away. That's true. So, and it's on a gimbal, and the difference between this camera and the camera on the Mini SE is that this camera has the ability, I'm going to show it to you, face up like that. On the other drones, the other Mavics, some of them don't face up. They only go horizontal out. So this has a vertical option that you can zoom up by using a mechanism on the controller, which I'll show you in a few minutes. So this camera has forward sensors. It has vertical sensors, no side sensors, but it has rear sensors and then a bottom sensor. The Mavic Mini only has a bottom sensor, only. So let's put this away for now, although I want to do one more thing. Hold on a minute. I want to see if the skid mounts. I bought these skids, I bought this floating mechanism. It's a float, 2 floats. It's supposed to be 2 floats for each side. I paid for 2 floats for each side of the mechanism, of the skid, of the landing mechanism. I paid for 2 floats for each side, but I only got 2 floats. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe it'll come in a separate box. And this is the skid that the floats sit on. Okay, so this, okay, I see how this works. This sits on here. I'm going to have to figure this out. It goes on the bottom like this. And then there's a rubber band that goes around, 2 rubber bands that go from these tabs here around the drone. I'm not sure exactly how this sets. I'll have to figure out the weight and balance, called the arm and the moment, weight and balance of the skid itself, how it configures on there. I'm not sure. I'll have to look at that up. It's not in any instruction manual. But I got the skid, which also doubles as an extension set of skids that raises the drone off the ground when you're landing. If you're landing in tall grass, you can put this on without the little man will never go outside his house, especially after I get the drop box from I can pick up a sandwich or drop off a sandwich. But okay, here it is. Looks like it goes right here. But this is also a landing pad. So this is going to come in handy, especially for beach landings. So that I got, and I have a couple more things on the way. I'll when they get here, I'll give them up to you. So this closes like this. The bottom legs go in first. The top legs go like this. Now let's get the controller. Now we'll put the gimbal protection piece on here. Somebody said this was a pain in the neck to get back on, and they're right about that. Okay. I don't actually know. Yeah, that looks about right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they said in many of the uploads on YouTube that this protective housing that protects the gimbal is a little bit complicated to get back on. And that's right about, they're right about that. This thing keeps turning in the opposite direction of where I want it to be. Yeah. They in every upload about this protective housing, they say this is one of the biggest setbacks on the GoPro, on the drone. They're right about that. It will not go back on, this housing, so easy. That's amazing that they would spend all this time and effort to build such a precise machine and then have this cover so hard to get back on. Okay, I got it back on. So the camera has to be facing exactly forward, like a HAL 9000 computer. This looks like the HAL 9000, right? Look at that. Remember when Bowman and the other guy were in the space capsule talking about shutting HAL 9000 down, and Hal was looking at them? God, that looks exactly like HAL 9000. Okay, so Lewis says, oh boy, Mike, the little man will never go outside his home now. He is going to be like Sasquatch, ever so elusive and careful not to get photographed. You know what? He's never going to come outside his house anyway, Lewis, because he built the ultimate bedroom to blog from. He is going to virtual blog the Philippines from his bed. That's the rest of his life story. His life story ended when he built that beautiful bedroom with the beautiful bed and the beautiful pillows and the beautiful curtains and that noisy as all get out air conditioning system that he installed in his beautiful bedroom. He's never going to leave that room again, except, to do some minor shopping and say, let's say like Thanksgiving comes around and he wants to buy a butterball turkey. He's going to have to leave the bedroom, because I understand that butterball turkey that he wanted to buy 4 years ago is still in CEBU for $50. He talks about me being cheap and not and arguing with a tricycle driver for pesos. Will I argue with a tricycle driver for pesos? No. But I will argue with a tricycle driver that gives me a price, a set price. See, let me tell you something about tricycle drivers, cab drivers. What you have to do is you have to set your price before you get in the vehicle. If you ask them, will you take me to Pang Lao? They'll say, yes, sir, get in. Don't get in until they tell you how much. You need to understand that. They will always charge you now 300 pesos to go to Pang Lao if you make the deal up front. But if you get in that tricycle and you don't agree on a price, when you get to Pang Lao, they're going to tell you 500 pesos. That's almost twice. And they'll settle for 400. Or they'll tell you 600 and settle for 500. Never get into a cab in the Philippines or a tricycle or even on a motorcycle unless you set the price first. Now, there was a tricycle driver that I got into his tricycle and agreed to pay him I agreed to pay him 20 pesos to take me to, it was a building store, not maybe 1 kilometer away. So I agreed to pay him 20 pesos. I got in, I was in front of the NBI. I got in the tricycle. I said, how much to get to, it was an Ace Hardware store. He said 20 pesos. We got to the corner, 100 feet away. And he said, sir, it's 30 pesos. I said, let me out. Sir, it's only 30 pesos. I said, let me out. Let me out. Because he changed his price. Not because it was too much, not because it was what he said, but he changed his price. And not only did he change his price, it went from 20 pesos to 30 pesos. So he raised it by 50%. I'm not going to allow somebody to do that. You have to say enough is enough. When people change the price midstream, who can do that in real life? What if you have a job? Can you tell your boss, no, I didn't earn 500 this week. You owe me $750. You can't tell your boss that. And your boss can't turn around if you earn $750 this week and say, I'm only giving you 500. That's not acceptable. So this creepy little man in northern Cebu keeps making fun of me that I argued with a tricycle driver for pesos. I didn't argue with the tricycle driver for pesos, you little man. I argued with him because he changed his price 100 feet after I got into the tricycle, little man. Boy, one day, you and I, we're going to have a conversation. So the little man will never leave his house. He'll never leave his bedroom. But digressing back, the little man wanted to buy a butterball turkey. It was in a store somewhere in the main island of Cebu. It was $50. And the little man calls me a chiseler? No. If anybody was a chiseler, it's the little man. Believe me when I tell you. The video is still around somewhere. So the little man goes to the store. He sees a butterball turkey. It's $50. The little man says to the manager of the store, I'd like to buy that turkey. Can you get me a discount on the turkey? Even though the little man has made many videos that they don't give discounts in the Philippines, and he knows this, he still tried to chisel the store price down. And that's okay that he did that. It's okay to try to do that. It was way overpriced to begin with, but it is Christmas, it is a butterball, and it is available. So let's get on with the show. So the little man tells the manager to go to the store manager and ask for a discount. And the store manager comes back to the little man and said, yes, sir, we'll take 50 pesos off the price of the $50 turkey, making it $49. And the little man cried for 22 minutes. The rest of the video, the little man cried. Those people, the audacity of those people to only offer me $1 discount on a $50 item. What are they going to do with it? They're not going to sell it for $50. They should have sold it to me. And cried and cried and cried and cried and cried. But it gets better. Yes, indeed. This was before Thanksgiving, when everybody wants a butterball. Christmas comes around, and he goes back to that same store and sees that butterball in the cabinet, still there, now 3 months. Getting frostbite, I might add. And what did he do? He tried to get a discount again, and he argued with the store manager that that butterball will never be sold at that price, and then he offered the guy what he offered him. I forgot what the exact number was, but it was something like $35 for the $50 turkey. And the guy said no. And the guy doesn't have to sell it to him, but he cried about it before Thanksgiving and then cried about it when the manager turned him down again for a discount because he wanted the butterball turkey, and the stores here don't give you discounts. So he cried about not being able to buy a turkey which had a price on it, and he complains that I argued with a tricycle driver for raising the price 50%. I'll do it every time. And Lewis is right. He'll never, ever, ever leave that bedroom. He will virtual blog the Philippines. Jimmy obligated little man to work on Jimmy's house. That's why he got the bad back. I don't know anything about that, Louis Pagan. I do know that about 3 weeks ago he said he was sweeping the floor. I don't know if you can sweep a floor with a bad back. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to bust out the 18-pound sledgehammer and bust up a rock that I tripped on 2 years ago. And I'll do that for a live stream because I'm getting in shape in case the little man decides to grow a pair of mothballs in his backyard, a mothball tree. In case he grows a mothball tree in his backyard, I'm going to go out and beat that rock up with an 18-pound sledgehammer for a workout. Not today, tomorrow. Now, that's Bantayan Brawler says little man will be Jay's cabana boy. That's right. And he made fun of Jay. But he didn't make fun of Jay like he makes fun of me. Because he knows that Jay will never, ever allow him to make fun of him. Jay will go right straight to his house. Me, I'm going. Take my word for it. I'm going to go reconnoiter a dusty island in the Philippines. But Jay, he kisses Jay's butt because Jay has money and possibly potential to loan him some money in the future. But he won't go after anybody that he thinks will go directly to his house and say, hey, what's up? He thinks that this won't happen with Jay. He thinks it won't happen with Bama. And it won't happen with Obama because Obama is not going to grow a mothball tree in his backyard. It's never going to happen. So he goes after the Obama, and the Obama goes after him, and it's an endless cycle of hatred and spewing hatred and one video live stream after the other because both of them need to grow a mothball tree in the backyard. Now, that's the deal. The little man, Jimmy obligated the little man to work on Jimmy's house. Oh yeah, he's going all at it. I don't know that it's not quite Jimmy's house, but on any given day, that could happen, and he has nothing to say about it. On any given day, he can be put detained indefinitely if Jimmy gets the proverbial bug up his buttocks. He can put the little man in jail in perpetuity until the little man gives Jimmy what he wants. That's the law in the Philippines. And he knows that. And that's why he's so generous. His generosity towards Jimmy has been great around the holidays and probably other times of the year. LOL, great memory, Mike. I remember that cheapskate. He wound up buying a Jenny O turkey burgers. That's what he did. Instead of buying a turkey, he bought Jenny O turkey burgers for about $7. And that's what he ate for Christmas. Jenny O turkey burgers. Little Louis Pagan Ponce has the memory. The little man used garage sale tactics to buy a butterball turkey in a Philippine supermarket with a buffoon. He did. He was trying to chisel down a Filipino vendor, trying to take the money out of a Filipino vendor's mouth, take the money from a Filipino vendor's children when he knew better. Filipinos, stores, department stores, big ticket stores, Build-A-Ware, Ace Hardware, they don't have discounts. They don't give discounts. The fact that he got $1 off that turkey, the butterball turkey, that was an amazing thing to begin with. The only place you can get a discount is at the wet market. You can argue with the vendors. Now, I'll show you. I didn't argue with the vendor. I made him an offer. I'll show you. The one vendor had lettuce. I'll show it to you. I'll show you how you can get a discount in the Philippines and what you can get a discount on and what you can't, okay? I'll show it to you right now. I'm going over to the refrigerator to get it. I have it right here. It's in my hand, okay? This is how the only way you can get a discount in the Philippines is at the wet market, okay? Now, you know that I've been on pretty much of a diet. So at the wet market, they have this lettuce. This lettuce is 80 pesos a kilo, okay? Now, if you're not Michael Fazio or somebody that they know goes once every 10 days to get lettuce and cabbage and hot peppers and so on and so forth, if they don't know you, they're going to tell you 80 pesos. And if you say, can I get a discount? They're going to say no. But me, I take this bag, I clean it out, and then I go to the vendor and I say, how many pesos for the lettuce? And they say 80 pesos. And I turn around, and I'm realistic, I turn around and say, I will buy 7 pesos of lettuce, 7 kilos of lettuce for 70 pesos. They'll always say yes, because I'm buying bulk. That's how you can get a discount. If I want to buy 1 kilo, it's 80 pesos. If I want to buy 2 kilos, it's 80 pesos. But if I give them the bag, I have 2 bags actually, because only 5 kilos fit in this bag. I give them 2 bags. I say, I will buy 7 kilos of lettuce. You give it to me for 70 pesos. They'll say yes. They will not give it to you for 65 at at only buying 7 kilos. But I buy 7 kilos at a time. That's what I buy. 7 kilos lasts me 11 or 12 days. That's how you can get a discount. But big ticket stores, Ace Hardware, Builderware, any of the other lumber yards, stuff like that, pretty much you're not going to get a discount. Scott Del Fuego was in the house. We see Scott. Let me show Scott the new toy. And what we're going to do today is we're going to charge up that drone. Actually, I think I could actually charge that up right now. Hold on a minute. Let me, it's getting hot in here. These things work really good. It's got 3 speeds. Oh, this is way better. I feel better already. Actually, I could charge this drone up right now. Oh, that's for the mini SD card. This is the charger, I think. Yeah. Okay. Let me get this charger in here. Start charging up this drone. But we're gonna go play today. I don't know how to tell if it's charged up. There's no light. Well, let me just plug it in while I'm talking. I don't know if there's a light that tells you when the drone is fully charged. So Scott Del Fuego was in the house. Looks like we have a drone, Houston. Looks like we have a drone, Houston. Proceed pre-flight and flight worthiness checks. A&P Jet Tech assigned and accepted. We're in Alpha, Scott. We're in Alpha. There is another man, possibly 2 or 3 on here that knows where Alpha is. Alpha is where you wait pre-flight and do your pre-flight checkups. Okay, so here's the controller. I'll go over that in a minute. Here is one book. Here's another book. There's a lot to know about this stuff here. So I have the controller here. I got stuff everywhere. Okay, so the phone. This is the wrong charger for the phone. I think there should be another adapter in here somewhere. I'm not sure. So the controller comes with a set of sticks here that you take out from here. And you put these sticks in here like this. Comes with an extra set of sticks as well. Now, I don't want to turn on the drone. I don't want to go pushing buttons that'll turn on the drone. You have to do this a certain way, and we're not prepared to do that. So this is going to that charger, and this charging wire here is the wrong charging cable for that. And that's the wrong charging cable for that. I'm going to have to get my charging cables out. So this is the controller. There's a lot that I have to do that they both need to be charged, number one. Number two, then you have to register your drone before you fly it. Otherwise, it won't fly. So you have to set up the application in your phone. It has to talk to your drone. Your drone talks back to the application. The application talks to the internet. The internet sends a message to DJI. DJI says, where are you? Do you agree to let us know your location? Lats and longs, it'll show up on their on their website that you have to register it. You register your drone, and then they know that you have a drone in that area. Without registering it, I'm not sure if the drones will work properly. I'm not sure. There's a lot of different rules and regulations, but not so many in the Philippines. So right now, we have to charge this up, and we don't have a secondary cable. Do I? Hold on a minute. I don't know. Wait for it. I do. I have a secondary cable right here from my GoPro. Okay? So I have another cable that I could put into a different power pack. And I have to set up a place. I have it set up behind me. A place for all of this drone stuff. Okay, so this, you gotta have a lot of, when you get in toys, it's not quite as complicated as diving gear. Diving gear is wet and it's got salt water on it. So let's plug this in. These lights will come on when it starts to charge. So it's supposed to. I don't see any lights. I gotta read the books. I gotta read the books. The books, I say. So I now have the controller and the drone. The drone has power and the controller has power to it. They are charging. Although there's no indicator lights that says they're charging, they're plugged in, so therefore they must be charging. Now, what else? There's more stuff in this box. Scott Del Fuego. Be a man. Be a man, says Louis Pagan Ponce. Wait a second. Scott Del Fuego says, looks like we have a drone, Houston. Proceed pre-flight. We'll hold this up. This is the drone that everybody said I would not buy. The Mavic Air 2S. Scott says, look like we have a drone, Houston. Proceed to pre-flight and flight worthiness checks. AP Jet Tech assigned and accepted. That's me. I am an A&P jet mechanic, by the way. Even though the little man says I'm not. I bet him $10,000 that I was, and he backed down. Talk about backing down. He backed down. He has a chronic back problem. Broke back mountain. Little man. Okay, so be a man. Man wants to buy turkey. Man buys turkey. No excuses. No excuses. No mas. No excuses. I remember that fight. Scott Del Fuego. Don't be a McCain. My daddy's an admiral, and I'll jump in with both feet. Pilot. That was a lie. Be a thinking and rational pilot like Jim Burdenstein, who, if I remember, Jim Burdenstein was the man who landed an aircraft in the Hudson River. Am I right about that? Jim Burdenstein. I think he was the one who landed in the Hudson River. Scott Del Fuego, Louis Pagan Ponce, LOL. No turkey. No mas. And then The Bantai Embroiler says, does it have dual magnetos and a carb heat switch? No. So the Bantai Embroiler, he must have looked up dual magnetos. So let me tell you what dual magnetos are for those of you who don't believe I'm a jet mechanic and a carburetor warmer. So my practical for my power plant license was to repair an acrobatic carburetor for a nine-cylinder Pratt & Whitney engine. So inside that carburetor is about 5,000 parts in that carburetor. And my job for my practical for my A&P license was to repair the float. The instructor took he put a hole in the float before the last guy put it back together. The hole stays in the float. And then what you do is he tells you to take the carburetor apart and fix the hole in the float. There's 5,000 parts. You don't take all 5,000 apart, but there are 5,000 parts in a 9-cylinder reciprocating acrobatic carburetor, because the plane will, under pressures, provide fuel to a plane going vertical, descending, spinning, spiraling. At any time, the carburetor supplies fuel to that engine. Otherwise, those are special, very special carburetors. So that was what my job was. So also, those carburetors have, for cold days, they have a fuel warmer. It's kind of like what you put in a cup of coffee, or the instant showers that they have now, a coil, and that warms up the fuel before it goes into the jets. That's a carburetor warmer, fuel warmer. However, dual magnetos, now that is another job that you have to do to become an A&P jet mechanic. You have to synchronize two magnetos. And there are two magnetos on that same 9-cylinder reciprocating engine. One is a redundant system. They both fire, but one is a fail-safe. And yet what the teacher does is he maligns the timing mechanism of one or both of the magnetos to top dead center, or 9 degrees before top dead center, depending on where you're taking off and landing in general, where your top dead center will be, and also the temperature. It all changes what you're set up for different areas. But basically it's 7 to 9 degrees before top dead center, and you have to synchronize both dual magnetos. There's two magnetos in the bigger engines. In the smaller engines, they have one magneto, and very rarely do you ever hear about a magneto failing. They are like fail-safe type mechanisms, because they have 100, okay, here we go. They have 100-hour inspections on aircraft engines, 200, 500 hours on different things, but magnetos are checked on a more regular basis. Then you have 1,000-hour overhauls on some engines are mandatory. So the Bantai Embroiler, he was on the internet looking around to test the Fazio, the knowledge of the Fazio. So let's move past that. Does it have dual magnetos and a carburetor heat switch? So the heat switch is on the dashboard. Like everything else, you either turn it on, or on a warm day you don't have to turn it on. So the aircraft engines, aircraft dashboards, what they call bulkheads, firewalls, have a tremendous amount of options. Dennis, I'm listening to Top Gun theme song while waiting for the first flight. Yeah, I'm charging everything up, Dennis. Everything is... I don't see any lights on this thing. You know what? I might not see a light on here, because the lights might be underneath this. No. I'm not there. And I have to find out where the... See, this is... Oh, wait a second. There's more stuff in the box. All right. Let me read the comments and I'll go back to the box. Jim Bernstein. No, Bernstein was nominated the head of NASA and is a rational doubter on climate voodoo. Okay. Thanks, Scott. I remember somebody landed in the Hudson River. Could you imagine holding that kind of flight technology in one hand back in the days of aviation high school? The quickening is upon us. No, you have no idea. In my day, I'm old. In my day, high tech was a Texas calculator, and the Texas calculator was this big and cost $200. And it didn't do a lot of stuff. In my day, Texas calculator came out with their first Texas calculator, and it was this big. Almost that thick. Half that thickness, but this big. And all it did was multiplication, square root, and some small algebra. No, I couldn't imagine that. Aviation high school. No, that would... You know, people say, what would you do if you could go back in time? What would you take with you? Like, and some people say I would take... Well, of course, you would take Dark Side of the Moon, the album, in CD and a CD player, but you would take... All you really need to go back in time with is a cell phone, and that's it. You'll be a billionaire. A cell phone, a couple cell phones, and the chargers for the cell phones, you could be a billionaire in no time at all. But yeah, that would... Back in my day, high tech. We used slide rules to do all calculations. High tech was Texas Instrument for... It was a couple $100 for that calculator too. Scott Del Fuego. Comms link being established between the Creep Seeker Alpha and the Flight Module Houston. AP Tech will verify comms when complete link occurs. Let's go back to the box, because right now we're charging. We're definitely charging because that charger is plugged in, and that's what charges my cell phone. So let's go back to the box and open up. I feel weight in here. I got to read these books. The first thing you do when you get a job in the A&P industry is you read the books. So I'm not going to read them now, but I'm going to put them on my desk. So let's see what else is in the box. This has to be the charger, yeah? Yes, okay. Okay, here is the charger with the, here's the charging brick. Okay, I just dropped the secondary cord to my phone down on the floor. Just give me a moment, I don't want to forget that. Good morning. Okay, this $1,300, well, $1,060 drone comes with a 128 megabyte SD card, mini SD card. It also, this is the charger for my phone, the adapter that goes to the controller over here to my cell phone. So it comes with 3 cords. I remember that. So let's get this brick out of there. Here's the propellers. I'm going to get a box here. Boy, I'm starting to accumulates stuff. I'm going to put that in the box. I got one set of propellers, two sets of propellers, three sets of propellers, four sets of propellers, five sets of propellers, that's an extra set, six sets of propellers, okay? One extra set, two extra sets. Here is the 220. I couldn't plug this in even if I wanted to, not in that control. Here, I need to get the adapter. Here is the 220 plug for the brick. Here's the brick, the charging brick. Now let's see what else comes in the box. This is a third possible charger for a regular. One is for the iPhone and one is for the Android phone. This is the charging cable for the brick. And then we have one more thing in the box. This is the charging cable, the C plug for the charging unit from the charging brick to the drone or the charging brick to the controller. See, that seems to be okay. Okay, so here's how this works here. The charging brick gets the charging cord. So this is 220 technology. I hate these plugs. It's probably one of the worst ideas in the electrical industry that's ever happened. So you plug in this brick, then you plug in the battery into the brick. Directly, you plug the battery into the brick, but I can't plug the battery into the brick because I don't have a 220 adapter for this here. I have one outside. So I can't do that just offhand. And then this charges the battery. And then this one here where did it go? This one here goes to the controller. But so right now I'm using two outside charging sources for the battery, and it's the same milliamps. Same thing that charges your phone, charges the battery, charges the charger, the controller. So I would have to go get the adapter outside. I'm not going to do that now. This clips right into the back of the battery, and then supposedly the battery will tell you when the battery is charged. Got to read the book. Got to read the book. So this is okay. You press this button one time, the power button, and it tells you that the controller is charged up halfway, to halfway. So I'm going to shut that off. It's charged up halfway. Two lights are flashing. Okay, so let's read the comments. They may have placed a tab on the battery connectors that need to be removed before use. Says Dennis Adam. No. No, this is the battery connector. It's okay, Dennis. Thank you. There's no sticker on there. They put stickers in a lot of places. I remember watching a video. All the stuff I just told you was just from watching several videos this week. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what the heck I was talking about. Not that I know what the heck I'm talking about, but I will tell you that there's a lot to know about droning. Prevent accidental turning on while in the box. You may need to remove a tab so battery makes contact with the drone. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I got you now, Dennis. Okay. Dennis, let me, I'll check that right now. No. There's no, there's nothing that would inhibit I could turn this on and see if it has any charge at all to it yet. No, it's not talking to the controller, but it might not talk to the controller till I put the phone app in there. No, I got to read the book. You're not gonna give me instructions from reading something for 5 minutes on the internet, because this is a little bit more complicated than that. I know that for a fact. I've watched about 10 or 12 videos on this subject. Well, we know that's charging that, right? So let's put it in here. I still don't see any charging light. I don't see any charging light on here. I'm going to have to read the book, Dennis. Yeah, I'm going to have to read the book. There's just too much stuff. This is not, you could guess eventually you'd get it all right if you guessed it out, but I mean, I would have thought there would be a charging indicator on the battery somewhere, but there's not. And I know that this is charging because this was just charging the controller, and it charged it up 2 bars. So I'm going to put this back in there. They both have to be charging because this is warm. So if it's warm, it's charging. We'll find out when I read the book. Thanks, Dennis. Those are yellow tips on the props. Orange. The Air 2 has gray tips. The orange tips are on the Air 2 S as in Superman. And the yellow paint, once I make this thing fly and see that it flies, which might very well happen before the end of the day. I got to go out and get the... You know what? I might have a 220 adapter right over there. Hold on. I might have a 220 adapter right in the kitchen on one of the outlets. I had one, but I don't know if I left it in here or took it outside for something else. No. Took it outside. Wait. It's possible. The possibility, it is possible. It's possible I have one right to my... It's possible. I had adapters here. I don't know what the heck happened to them. No. I don't have one of those adapters in the house. And I'm not going outside to get one now. Because by the time I go out, I'll just shut this live stream down. And I'll do that once I shut it down. But I'm going to have to read the books. I didn't open up the drone box until just when you watched me open it up. That's what an unboxing is about, right? Watching somebody open it up. Now, I could read it while you're watching, but that would be pretty boring, wouldn't it? Here's one book, and here's the other book. Here's the quick start book, quick start guide. And it's in Chinese. It's in Chinese. Or French and Chinese. It's in Chinese. So that won't be much help. The whole book, both sides, Chinese. Am I right about that? Chinese, Chinese, Chinese. It's all Chinese to me. Now I know where the expression comes from. And then we have French. That won't help. And then we have DJI in German. Okay, we have one in English here. Disclaimer and safety guidelines. And after that, it's all in a different language. Yeah, this is going to be impossible to do on a live stream unless it would take hours to go through this stuff. But I will look for the battery charging part of it right now. Scott, in Chinese and French, yet they put quick start guide in English. Good Lord. They are nuts. Okay, that's true. Only fly below 5,000 meters, 16,000 feet. Pre-flight checklist, aircraft batteries, remote control operation. Disclaimer and warning, data store, intelligent flight, battery safety. Do not allow the batteries to come in contact with any kind of liquid. Flight condition requirements, regulations and flight precautions. ET drone home. This is the one I was looking for. ET drone home. Stay outside the parameter of the fence line. ET drone home. That's the only rule. When you want to drone a home, you just have to stay outside the parameter of the fence line. That's the only prerequisite. All of this other stuff is in some strange language. Spanish. Imagine they don't put it in English. Imagine that. They don't put how to charge the batteries in English. I just find that amazing. It's almost as if English is, a universal language that's accepted in almost every country. Diplomats, they all have to speak English, but yet it's not in English. It's in whatever language that is. Here's all the, but I mean, there's no actual, it's amazing. I'll figure it out. After all the videos I've watched, I don't actually, I know I watched the video on how to set it up. It's in my playlist. I'm going to have to go watch some videos, ladies and gentlemen. So, this is the unboxing, the end of the unboxing ceremony. A lot of stuff came out of that little box. The unboxing of the, where did it go? The unboxing of the Dji Air 2 is in Sierra, or Superman, otherwise known as Air King. We're going to have Air King. We're going to put the Great Aloe de Winter, Scott Del Fuego, Bantallion Brawler, E.T. Drone Home. Something's beeping. Oh. What does it mean? You would have thought that was an instruction book that would have talked about that beeping thing. But there's not. Okay. Looks like we got, well, it looks like all 4 batteries are charged. I mean, fully charged now. Maybe two lights means it's on, and when you press the button, it shows you all 4 lights, which means it's charged. That's a guess. That's all we got right now. Now, theoretically, I just shut it off. No? I'll shut it off now. Oh, I lied. I remember 1 short press and 1 long press should shut it off. One short press and 1 long press should have shut it off. In the movie. Just before the thermonuclear explosion, eh, Bob Cartel? Just before the thermonuclear explosion. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, this is, I gotta watch that movie. That video, again, I can't even shut the damn controller off. Anyway, this style here, this is what changes the angle of the gimbal. The gimbal is what holds the camera. So when you're in flight, you'll see the instrumentation on your phone. It'll give you the height, of the drone. It'll give you the distance, the height in either feet or meters. It's up to you. The distance in feet or meters, that's up to you. It will give you how many satellites the drone is working off of. And you should all know that when it says satellites, it doesn't mean things that are flying around in low Earth orbit, because that ain't happening. What it means is towers. They have all you people believing that we have satellites up in space, flying around the Earth, constantly sending information back and forth. There are satellites up there, but not the way that you think there are. When they say satellite, they mean tower. A tower. So you people believe that somehow the information comes from a satellite. And yet, if there were satellites in orbit, then when you were flying across the Pacific Ocean, you would be able to get a GPS coordinate on where the plane is, but you can't, because there are no satellites up there that are going to give you GPS coordinates on your phone. You don't get GPS coordinates till you get within like 40 miles of shore, 20 miles of shore. All the information that you're watching me now in America, all that information is going through undersea cables. None of it's going from me to a satellite and then from a satellite to you. None of it. None of it. It's all going through a cable. The transatlantic cable, you could look that up, or trans-Pacific cable. And some of those cables are 5, 6, 7 inches in diameter, and some of them are a little bit smaller and possibly bigger. And they have trillions of pieces of information that go through those fiber optics and what used to be copper cables, but none of it's going into satellite. So they have you people mesmerized with nonsense. There's no such thing as Earth satellites zooming information from me to a satellite, and then from a satellite to you 7,000 miles away. That ain't happening. Anyway, I don't know how to shut this off. It won't shut off. I know how to get it off, though, but I don't know how to shut it off. It's amazing. Anybody know how to shut this thing off? Sounds like they sent the Klingon manual. It's amazing. Start the Flat Earth English version. I don't understand why it won't shut off. It always in the video it says one short press and one long press should shut this off. And I guess the lights should go off with it eventually, but they're not. I'm worried. You emailed me an English manual? Okay. I'll check that out. Thanks, Scott. I'm looking at it now. Won't open up. It's loading now. Try this. Okay, Dji Air 2S manual. Let's open up this page here. Okay, page 1. Using the manual, disclaimer, video tutorials, download the DJI Fly app. Okay, yeah, this is what I'm going to have to use when I'm going to need my phone to put it in the controller. Download DJI Assistant, Consumer Drone Series, contents. Read before first flight. Well, that's a no-brainer, considering I can't shut the controller off. Download the DJI Fly app. Download the DJI Assistant, Consumer Drone Series. Introduction. Preparing the aircraft. Preparing the remote controller. Aircraft diagram. Remote controller diagram. Activation. Okay, let's go to preparing the remote controller on page 7. Preparing the aircraft. Product profile. Let's see. Preparing the remote controller. Remove the controller sticks. Pull out the mobile device holder. Choose your appropriate remote controller cable based on the type of phone. You really got to put a phone in here to get this set up. And I only have one phone. Okay, it doesn't even say how to charge it. Connect the end of the cable with the icon. Doesn't even tell you how to charge it up. Not only that, but I discovered this morning that there's an incompatibility problem between my phone and the controller. And I discovered that online this morning. Remote, well, I could turn this around. Let you see what I see. Okay, so preparing the remote controller. Put the sticks in, we did that. Pull out the mobile device holder, lightning cable, micro USB cables, connect the end of the cable. Aircraft diagram, battery buckles, front LEDs. Infrared sensing. Interesting. Remote control diagram. See, this is what I mean. This product is not an intuitive product. For those of you who don't know what that means, it's not something you can look out and figure out. Eventually, you could figure it out, but it's not intuitive how to use this. Which means you look at it and it kind of self-explanatory. This is not intuitive at all. Battery LEDs. That's one thing I'm looking for right now. Let's check that out. Battery level LEDs displays the current battery level of the remote control. Okay. Well, right now we're only up to 2 bars, and that's been on for half an hour. Okay, Act2S requires, Dji Air 2S requires activation before using the first time. After powering on the aircraft and remote controller, follow the on-screen instructions to activate the Dji Air 2S using DJI Fly app. It should say app. An internet connection is required. Okay. Yeah, this is going to take a while. I'm going to spend... Okay, Scott. Okay, thank you, Scott. That helps a lot. Because it's beeping. It's interfering with my mental faculties when it beeps like that. Because Bob Cartel said it usually blows up right after it's done beeping. I remember that. It's amazing. Okay, 4 hours to charge it. And I'm not charging it with the DJI controller brick. I'm charging it with a charger that would charge my phone, and you can charge your controller with any phone charger. Yes, Dennis, you're right. Yeah, I know that, Dennis. It won't fly without the app. Well, it may fly, but I don't. But you have to register the drone. That's what the app is for, to register the drone. Thank you. So, I don't know. And here we are. The DJI Air 2S contains a flight controller, video downlink system, vision systems, infrared sensing system, propulsion system, and intelligent flight battery. Flight modes. It's going to take the rest of the day and all my brain to read all of this stuff and absorb 25% of it. When the aircraft is powered on, but the motors are not running, the front LEDs glow solid red to display the orientation of the aircraft. Okay, well, we don't have any LEDs glowing red. I'm not even going to try to start the motors up because I don't know what procedure that is. Well, I would imagine it takes 4 hours to charge the battery in the drone as well. Okay, wait. Aircraft status indicator states. These are the lights on the aircraft itself. The aircraft has lights on each of the propeller stanchions or extensions. There's a light here. There's lights in the front. And there's lights. No, there's lights on each 4 of the apparatus. Okay, the battery is charging because it's warm. Okay, I can feel the battery getting warm, so it's charging. This is going to require quite a bit of brain trust. The little man has nothing to fear for a while. It looks like it's going to take me a while to figure this out. But after that, we're going to go reconnoitering as soon as I get one more thing taken care of with the government. Return to home. Yeah, this is... I don't have to read this one page at a time. Thanks for sending me the manual. I think Dennis sent it as well. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to have to... I can't do this while I'm doing a live stream. I'm just not that smart. I told you. I've been telling you all week there's a lot more stuff to this droning, becoming a drone pilot, just to learn how to... That's right. You're right about that, Dennis. You're right. Okay. You're right. Now I see them. There's 4 lights on this battery. 1, 2, 3, 4. Each one of these little dots here is a light. 1, 2. So far there's no lights on, so the battery is still not charged at all. Thanks, Dennis. I forgot about that. So these are indicator lights to let you know if the battery, or what level the battery is charged at. So far, not enough charge to make a difference. Now that could be This is doing nothing. Get rid of this. It could be that it's not charged because the brick, it needs the brick. But I don't think the brick is much more powerful than a phone charger, because it said that you can charge your battery with a phone charger in one of the videos. Okay, so this charger here is definitely charging the battery. There's no doubt. I mean the controller. So I'm going to switch. One might be more powerful than the other. Both of them charge, but nothing's charged yet. No lights, no lights, no love, no joy, as they say when you're flying and you lose control of your control surfaces. No joy, no joy, no joy. That I hate when that happens. Never happened to me, but it does happen. No joy, no joy, no joy. It means you've lost control, or you're in an uncontrolled descent because you forgot to extend the flaps, and you climbed, and now you have no lift on the aileron and you're falling. No joy, no joy, no joy. I'm falling. So that's this is going to be quite the day. I'm gonna say goodbye. Actually, I'm gonna actually say goodbye because I need to go outside and get that other adapter. Number one, I want to charge up the brick. Well, I could just go outside and get the adapter. You guys, if you guys want to stick around, you guys can read the manual. Scott posted the manual. I could go outside and get. Can I do that? I could. Got to put a pair of. Got to get that. Hold on a minute. I got to get water. Let me. Whew. You'll stand by. There won't be any aerial footage today. I'll be lucky if I get through. I'll be lucky if thanks, Dennis. I'll be lucky if I get the batteries charged up today. All right, let me go get. Oh, we have progress here. We have progress. It went from 2 indicator lights to 3. So this item is charging. It went from 2 to 3. Remember before it was 2? And then, of course, the battery I felt was getting warm. Okay, let me go get that adapter. We'll see if that brick makes a difference. Wow. Hot out here. Oh boy. Very hot out here. Oh, you guys had no view of anything. I pushed the button in the wrong direction. It's extremely hot outside. Extremely hot. Let's see, put this back over there for a minute. Holy macaroni. It's probably 125 degrees in the sun. Okay, let's put this paint over there. We're not ready for that yet. We're not ready for these glasses. I found my other glasses. I had left them outside. This is still charging. Okay, this is the adapter for the brick. Okay, I'm gonna put the brick. Boy, it's getting complicated over here. It's getting complicated. I'll put this up through here. It's getting crowded. Okay, I'll put this under here. I'll wrap this around over here. That'll go there. Now I have one of the adapters that I made for when we had the Cyclone Odette. I should mention that yesterday was a very, very low tide. And I went out. I took a walk out to the reef. You were able to see the reef. I didn't realize. I went out a little further. You know, you could walk right out to the reef yesterday afternoon. That Cyclone Odette, boy, it destroyed so much of the natural habitat here in Panglao. It's hard to believe how much it destroyed, but all the fan coral, what they call fan coral, it's all gone. All of the elkhorn coral, elk, E-L-K-H-O-R-N, it's all gone. Much of the finger coral is gone as well. And it's an amazing thing how much of the corals were destroyed during that Cyclone Odette. And I know, I haven't been swimming to see it underwater, but I know how much coral there used to be on the reef outside there. It's all gone. It's an amazing thing. That Cyclone Odette, it was way bigger than they said it was going to be. They lied about that. They said it was only going to be 75-mile-an-hour winds, and I was the only one in the Philippines blogging community that said this is going to be a big storm, and I was ridiculed by the little man. I was ridiculed for my opinion that it's going to be a big storm, and he said, "Oh, now Fazio's a weatherman." But I was right. Little man, you're going to pay for your insolence. It's going to happen. Okay, so I want to take this plastic off of that. I don't need these mothballs. Who does need those mothballs is the little man. That would be a big improvement. Where is the machine? Cutting utensil. The little man is an insolent little man. Your insolence will be rewarded in kind. Soon. Soon. Just the fact that you're jealous of that creepy little man on the other end of your dusty island, and his womanizing, that you're jealous about that, is partial payment for your insolence. Now I'm gonna take the battery brick out of the machine. I'm going to put the machine over there. I'm going to plug in the battery brick. It looks like it goes this way. It does. Okay, so what we're going to do right away, so that in the field, if I don't have my glasses on, I'm going to mark this. Look, already the brick is showing. Okay, so with that little charger, it did charge up the battery a little bit, but now that I plugged in the brick to the charging adapter, it's showing me 2 lights. Thanks, Dennis. I'm going to get back to your comments in a minute. I'm going to put the SD card in there. You guys, your assistance is very valuable to me. Soon, the footage of a hidden recluse on a different dusty island. Yeah, it is probably better, of course. It's a much bigger charging unit, but it does say that you can charge up the battery with any cell phone charger in a video. I don't remember what video it was, but in one of the many videos I watched, if you're out in the field, I have a 12-volt charger for my phone. From the car, you put it in the cigarette lighter of a car when they did have cigarette lighters in cars. That's how far back I bought that. It says it's perfectly okay to use the 12-volt cigarette lighter, that as long as it goes into your USB fitting, you're okay. So, I'm trying to get this is an alcohol marking pen. It marks over oil or grease, through oil and grease, but it takes a while to get the goods down to the tip. You got to shake it up. And this pen is going on 3 years old too, so there's still stuff in there. I know that for a fact. I used it last week, but what happens is it hardens up inside in the tip. And you got to get it off the tip. I saw your message, Scott, the other day, asking me if that was the real person. It is. I don't know why he contacted me. He should not have done that. His insolence will be paid back in kind as well. Maybe he didn't read my email. Here we go. It took all that time to get the fluid out, down into the tip. I've been banging it on a coin. It took all that time to get that little bit of fluid out of there, but now that it is out, now you can write with it. So what we're going to do is we're going to mark this. Let's put a dot on the end there, like that. And we'll put a dot on here. So we know that those two dots go together, because for me to be able to see that Canon plug without my glasses, not so easy. The one, okay, so that's marked. And we'll mark it. We'll also mark it from this side here. Now, I like to mark stuff because I can't see anymore. I can't see the fine print on stuff. Okay, so now it's marked. Now it's easy for me to know where the Canon plug goes. Could do one more thing. I could put a stripe here. Okay, so now we know now the other thing that people suggest in the videos, not just my normal mode, is to mark your batteries. So this battery is the battery that came with the drone, so I'm going to mark that. I'm going to wait till I get it working, operational, but then I'm going to put the number 1 on here. And then if you have 4 batteries, you'll know which battery you used. But then, now, inside the controller, in this controller here, when you put your phone into the controller and you put the battery in the drone, inside the controller, on your screen of your phone, it will tell you how many times you used that battery and how powerful the battery remains. So if you had a battery that you used once, it will show you that battery has been used 1 time. If you use the battery 50 times, it'll show you 49 and 50 and 51 and so on. So you know how many times the battery was used. That's why they call it what they call it, intelligent batteries. Okay, we have a problem, Houston. Damn it. Okay. There it is. I thought I lost the end. You lose the end of this, you throw it away. Okay, so these markers can mark through oil or grease. They're automotive markers. You can buy them in Napa for about $5 each. And we're not going to mark anything else now, I don't think. No, we're not going to mark anything else now. Now the next thing I want to charge up with the brick is this. I'm going to take this out of the phone charger part, put it in the brick over here. Okay, I'm going to mark this. Definitely going to mark that. Okay. The brick is already getting hot. Or warm, not hot. Okay, so I'm going to mark this brick. I'm going to mark this cable here. Well, I don't know that I'm going to mark this cable. I might not mark that cable. Hold on. I might have a different cable that I want to mark. Okay, here is the short cable. Yeah, I don't like that cable at all. I'm gonna keep that long cable with the brick and to the. Okay. I'm gonna keep that long cable to the brick. Okay, I could live with that. Okay. So now I have the battery marked. I have the brick marked for the battery for the drone. I have to mark this cable here, this end on this side here. And believe it or not, this alcohol, if you put it on a surface, doesn't matter even if it has a little bit of oil on your hands, it sticks really well. It lasts for years on these rubber cords. So we're up to 3 bars now on the controller. It said, I remember seeing in a video now that Scott said it takes 4 hours to charge up the controller. I actually remember seeing it in a video that it takes 4 hours to charge up the battery. I remember that. So now the battery's been charging for an hour, yeah? And it's only 2 bars. And I'm gonna tell you something. This brick is very hot. None of that matters because this brick, this charging brick, is going to be obsolete in about 48 hours. I have a real charging brick coming. The real charging brick, when I say that, I have a charging brick that will charge up the controller, the cell phone, and 4 batteries, all at the same time. That's on its way here now. So this one can only charge 1 battery, and well, it could charge 2 batteries, or it could charge the drone with the battery in it and the controller, but that's it. That's the maximum outage for this brick is 1 battery and 1 controller, or 2 batteries. But the charging brick I have coming is a 6-way charger. 6 ways. It'll charge up 4 batteries, and it will also charge 4 batteries and the phone and the controller. 4 batteries, the phone and the controller. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is, well, number one, I want to tell you something about these little mini. This little mini 128 gig mini card, it comes with the machine as a gift. Okay. Let me try to explain this to you people, how easily you lose these things. You could drop it on a floor, right, and you know it fell on the floor, and it'll disappear. Because it could land inside your shoelaces. It could land inside between your foot and the shoe. There's no way to find these things so easy. So what I do with these is I paint them white before I put them in the mechanism. And the reason I do that is because when it falls, and they fall on the floor, they sometimes when you put them in, they pop out on a spring. The thing can go 3, 4, 5, 6 feet away from you. If it's black and blue and it's on a floor that's gray, you'll never find it. And if it falls between two things, you'll never find it. So I paint it white for the most visibility. So I'm gonna do that right now. I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to paint the adapter, which goes into another product that I have that goes into the computer. This goes into, that goes into this. The more gadgets. That goes into a 4-way adapter that goes into your computer to load this card. That's a separate 1,000 pesos for this adapter, or 500. I'm not sure what I paid for that, but that's a separate $10 item. Now I'm going to take the gadget, the card, out of here. So first thing I'm going to do is even something big like this that's black. If it falls down in the grass at night, it disappears. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to paint that white. Paint it white. Both sides. Okay, and you don't want it on too thick, because when it goes into the computer gizmo, you don't want it to get stuck in there. Now you can't put this in the computer until for a few more hours, but you want to put some, you want to get this white. If you can, get it white. Okay, that's white now, a little bit, brightened it up. I call it brightening things up. Okay, the next thing we want to brighten up, and we don't want to drop it. You don't want to drop this in the grass. This little card, I got to tell you, you could drop it down into like on the ground right in front of you, and it could fall right between two rocks. Take you hours to find it. In fact, I'm going to tell you a story about this, not this card here. These cards here. One time I went swimming, this is no joke, in Palawan. I had a cabana right on the beach, and in the morning I would wake up and go swimming. Okay, so I put my mask and my snorkel on, and I go out a couple of 100 feet offshore. Okay, I'm 175, 200 feet offshore, playing in the waves, when I remember that I had 2 of these in my pocket. 2 of them. This size, not the little one. But the little ones were inside this, because they were from my GoPro camera. I had 2 of these in my pocket, and they weren't painted white. So I'm out there swimming, and I'm going, oh, and I reach into my pocket. They're gone. They're gone. And each one of these, at the time, the 128 gig things, I don't know if they were $100 each or $50 each, and 2 of them were $100. So I chalk it up to where they're gone, and so is all my footage from Palawan. The next 6 hours, the tide goes out, and I said to myself, let me go look on the beach for those things. I took out my mask, and snorkel when I was out in the ocean, and I looked around where I was swimming, but I didn't see them. I put my mask and snorkel back on and looked around. The next 6 hours later, I looked on the beach and I found both cards, 2 of these, on the beach. They went straight up on the beach where I was swimming. I thought that was pretty amazing. And they're waterproof, because I found all the beach, all the footage from Palawan, from caving, from spelunkering, the town of where I was, the cabana that I was with, Lucky Lucy. I found all that footage. I thought that was pretty cool. And they were just laying on the sand, because the beach was clean. There was no flotsam and jetsam on the beach. Grass, there was nothing, no seagrass or anything like that. I'm going to do this a little different. So I'm going to open this up. I'm going to just open this up. I'm going to. So before I even take it out of the plastic bindle, I'm going to put white on one side. Okay, so I put white on one side. I'll let that dry, and then I'll put white on the other side. You got to let it dry before you put it in the card, in the adapter. Otherwise, and it's got to be dry, hard dry, like overnight dry, or 5 or 6 hours in the sun dry. Otherwise, the paint, even though it feels dry to the touch, it's still tacky. You put them together, you'll never get them apart, and you throw it away. Well, you have to cut the outside frame off. You got to be careful when you're putting paint on stuff. Just like when I paint my drone, I'm going to have to cover up the sensors. Can't wait to do this. I can't wait to do the paint job. I feel very confident that it's going to be beautiful when I'm done. It would be nice to have a compartmented tackle box for all the drone parts and items. I wonder if many drone owners do that. Or did you procure some sort? Oh yeah, I have a case. I have a case. I guess you missed that. Here you go. I have the only way you can fly on an airplane is with this box. It's fireproof and it's explosion proof. And inside the box is many compartments. It's a zipper. It's waterproof too. So I don't know how waterproof for how long, but you could carry it around in the rain. It won't get wet. So this is the box here, and it has a place for the controller, a place for the drone, 3 batteries. I'm not sure what this is for. Propellers, probably propellers. Then there's an extra compartment up here, over here for something. And then there's another compartment here. That compartment is for miscellaneous accessories, which would be, I have a small glass bottle, about less than a half ounce glass bottle. that those mini, micro SD cards fits. You can put the mini micro SD cards in the small glass bottle. So this case was $40 for this case. So again, it also has a compartment up here. You can put your passport or whatever you're traveling with in here if you want, or booklets, instruction booklets. So this gives you enough room for the drone, and you can take this piece out of the top here and put stuff on top of the drone. Well, you could just put this plug back in and use it as part of the, but here, this whole compartment here is 100% for extra accessories, and my bottle fits in there, of course. And this is for a phone. This is for your phone. So, but there's also, if you needed more space in this box, and this box is built by Dji. If you needed more space in this box, you can carve out. I can carve a hole in here for my bottle, right here, and just take the bottle in and out. So, yeah, there's a place for accessories. Now, that's why I did not buy, and I would recommend anybody that watches this video, I would not buy the Fly More kit. Because what happens with the Fly More kit is the price of the drone, rough figures, goes from $1,050 to $1,350. It's $300 for the Fly More kit. And with the Fly More kit, you get 2 additional batteries and 4 sets of props. Okay. 4 extra sets of props. Could be 6 extra sets, but either way, what they charge you for this prop right here, these props, one set is $22 for 1 set of props. So with the Fly More kit, you get 6 sets of props. They're giving you $120 worth of props. Now the batteries are $110 each. So they're giving you $220 in batteries and $120 in props. So that's $340. And then they give you a bag to put the drone in. It holds the props, the 2 batteries, and the drone. But you can put nothing else in the bag at all. You can't even put your phone in the bag. So the bag is useless except like a day bag. Call it a day bag. But if you're going to fly or you're going to get on transportation, you need to have that special carry-on box in any airport. That's what it said, so I bought it. But as far as a Fly More package, a day bag, well, I mean, that box is small enough to carry around in your backpack, so I wouldn't worry about that. But yeah, it has a place for the props. I'm not going to put the props in there now. I got to set that up. And it has a place for extra wires too, in that extra slot there. So the wires will go into those pockets. The props will go into the prop holders. So yeah, there's a place for that in the bag. You got to have that. So it was a good question, Scott. Thank you. So now I wanted to do something with this. Let me shut this down. I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to put... No, I'm not doing that. I wanted to put the... What I wanted to do is what I'm not going to do. I wanted to put the mini SD card in the machine, but I'm not doing that. I'm going to paint the other side of it now. So I painted one side. Now I'm going to put it down and paint the other side. Okay, that's done. I'll put that pen back. I'm going to put this card back in this plastic holder. And then what I'm going to do is get that bottle that I have the cards in. This little bottle here holds my SIM cards and the adapters that you need to put them in different cameras and GoPros and such. Hey, Prunk! We're almost there, Prunk. This was a bottle of a 2-part epoxy. And oh man. This SIM card, this micro card, is bigger than the micro cards that fit in the GoPro. It won't fit. And if I force it in there, I'll have to break the bottle to get it out. Well, that's no good. Okay, we got to do something different here. Okay, this is no good. I have another bottle. But it's too big to fit in that case. I'm going to have to do this differently. Gonna have to do this differently. And I have to put that mini SD card in here. And then to assure that it doesn't pop out somehow, I'm going to put a rubber band around that. Prank! I'm so sorry to hear about your sciatica. Oh my God, that was terrible news. Terrible news. Terrible, terrible news. I don't know where to go with that. I know where to go with that. I know that was self-preservation. You and the other guy, self-preservation kicked in. If ever there was an example of self-preservation, it would be that. Oh, my wrist, I can't light up a cigarette. My back, I can't get off the couch. Oh my God. Oh my God, my back, I can't get off the couch. Oh my God. Okay, I'm still at 3 bars on the controller. And now I'm at 3 bars on the battery too. So I'm 2 bars and it's charging the 3rd quarter. So it does take 4 hours, I guess. Now this, I may as well set the box up right now. But the one thing I noticed is you can't put the drone in the box with the propellers on it. Okay. I'm gonna say that this would go in here. I'm gonna put the plug back in there for that. Then I'm gonna put, need 4 sets of props, right? One, two. I'm not taking the props out just now. 2, 3, 4 sets of props. Although you don't have to put the props there, you could put them up in the top here. I could put the extra props up there. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the extra props up here. Whoa. One, 2, 2 sets of props. This is for the drone itself to hold the battery and the props together. I'll put that in here. And this cable here is something I won't use. This is for an iPhone. This is to charge the battery from. Well, I'm not worried about that because I'm getting a new battery charger in a day or so. And then this cable here, this goes over there. Where's my other cable? There's one more cable around here somewhere. Huh. Okay, this is garbage. This is garbage. I don't know what the hell that's for. I don't really need that at all. Put that there for now. I have another wire over here somewhere. This goes over there. This goes up there. This goes over there. This goes in the back. Okay, what did I do with the other charging cable? It's not that. There was one more charging cable. Did not put it in here. I did not put it over there. Here it is, right here. Okay, it was hanging on the corner of the box. Had I gone outside and walked around, it could have fallen off the box. So for now, this goes on here. Got to put this up in here. This is for and this is for an iPhone, and this is for the Android. Not understanding this. I know this came with the wire inside this insert, but I don't remember how. And it's definitely not it. Let's put it like this. Okay, there it goes. Okay, it's a double plug, so both ends go in that side. Okay. I can live with that. Now, let's check this. Still at 3 bars. I'm going to take out these, joysticks, because if I drop it with the joystick in there, it'll probably damage the controller. I'm going to put the joysticks back in their individual holders. This thing also talks to you. When you push the button to return home, this button here, it tells you your drone will return, your battery is low, your drone will return in 10 seconds, and then you could override it or go with the flow. But you don't want to override it. And another thing with these drones is you don't want to go down to 0 with the batteries. It hurts the batteries. I don't know why, but it does. You want to keep at least 10%, 7 to 10% in the batteries when your battery is at 7 to 10%. You don't want to go down lower than that. Supposedly it hurts the batteries. I believe it. Enough people said that it hurts the batteries that I would believe that. So I don't have any extra batteries, but I have my propellers in here. There's no way I'm going to read these books. There's just no way I'm going to read these books. Original. Hey. Yeah, Popeye, that's right. We're going to have I'm going to start a separate channel for the drone flights. Because actually the drone videos get a lot of views. So I'll be starting a separate channel. Thanks for stopping by, Popeye. I'll be starting a separate channel for the drone videos themselves. But not right away. I don't need this. I can't read French. I don't read Chinese or French. Not in English, not English, not English, not English. Not English, not English, not English, not English, not English. This is not even in English at all. It's interesting. What has the world turned into? Okay, now this is a quick start guide, which is not in English. It's in Chinese. And this side is not in English either. It's French or Spanish. Well, this is basically useless, except for the pictures. And the pictures just tell you how to put the props on. That's just a quick snap on, snap off. This is what I was just having trouble with, so let's see. Yeah, well, at least I put the cable back in correctly. But this is in some foreign language. Chinese. Nothing in English. Nothing at all in English. Nothing. But I guess it's because I bought the drone in Asia. But nothing in English. And nothing that I didn't know from watching videos. So this becomes garbage. And this one here, the only thing that's in English is a disclaimer and safety regulations. Everything else is in a foreign language. So, this is too small for me to read. I could read some of it, I guess. Wouldn't hurt. Of course, this is in the instruction book that Scott sent me, but only fly in environments that are clear of magnetic and radio interference, buildings, and other obstacles. Do not fly near or above large crowds. Only fly below 5,000 feet, 5,000 meters, 15,000 feet, that's 3 miles. Only fly below 3 miles. Fly in moderate weather. Be careful when flying indoors. Charge up all the batteries. Make sure the arms are unfolded before flying. Remove gimbal protector. Make sure propellers are in good condition. Nothing obstructing motors. Camera lens is clean. Complete pre-flight checklist in the DJI Fly app. So in other words, when you put your phone to this, it goes through, it will give you a pre-flight. It'll tell you what to do before you start the drone up. Same thing like an airplane. Do not fly close to reflective surfaces such as water or snow, or these types of terrain may affect the performance of the vision systems. Only fly the aircraft in environments with good lighting and visibility. When the GPS signal is too weak. So this has GPS built into it. Where is this? Where did I just read that? Do not answer incoming calls or text messages while you're operating the drone from your cell phone. Make sure you're not under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Do not fly close to reflective surfaces. Okay. Land the aircraft in a safe location when the battery is low or high wind warning. Gives you high wind warning, by the way. The aircraft cannot avoid obstacles in sport mode because the anti-collision mechanism is disengaged. Okay, so that's just, I watched that in the video. It's all good information, but it's all basic safety information, safety protocols. Good information, but nothing that will help me in my next level of progress. So it's going to be another hour before these things are charged up, at least. So I could take these out of the propeller holders, yeah. Now these propellers, they go on here. We could try one of these. See this orange on there? See the orange on the propeller? See the orange on here? On the motor? This one has no orange. This one has orange. The orange propellers go on the orange control, on the orange motors. And then it said something about locking them down. Okay. So they lock down into a dog. And then you check it like that. So if you want to take them off, counterclockwise, a quarter turn, putting them on, a quarter turn clockwise. The orange goes to the orange. But what we have to do now is make sure there's 2 orange propellers and 2 black propellers. So that's 1 orange. This is another orange. No, this is a black. Am I right about that? Orange, orange. No, this is 2 orange propellers. Okay, so we have 2 orange. 1, 2. Now we need 2 blacks. One black. Wow, I grabbed 1 set of each by accident, of course, because there were extra propellers. So that means that this one should be a black. And it is. That's a black and a black. Okay, that's 1 black propeller. And this one should be another black, okay? Which means that the extra 2 sets of props is not really 2 extra sets of props, it's just 1 extra set. That's another black. Okay, so the 2 blacks, we'll put 1 on each side, and then this other set of props that I have in here, that means that 1 of these is orange, and 1 of them has to be black then, right? That's black. And that's orange. Okay. That's orange. And that's black. Okay, so this is an extra set. It's a pair. 1 black and 1 orange. See what I mean about this stuff? There's a lot of stuff to know, yeah? There really is a lot. Okay, so we got that. I took those out of there. Now this strap is for when you put the propellers on it, you put this strap around it, holds the propellers in place. A little Velcro strap. I'll put that back up there. I'll put the cables back in here. I'm getting really hungry. I did eat, by the way, yesterday. I was gonna try to do a 72-hour fast, but by 6:30 last night, I was really, really hungry. I had about 4 ounces of lettuce and maybe 2 ounces of mayonnaise, like a flavored mayonnaise with pickle relish and stuff in it. And I had about 3 or 4 ounces of meat as well, maybe 5 ounces. And that was the last time I ate, and that was 6 o'clock last night. So that was 18 hours ago. I'm getting hungry. Okay, so I'm gonna close up this box. This is a different configuration of wires for a different type of phone. I'm getting tired. Okay, so I know what I want to do. I want to figure out I want to put these pontoons on here. This is garbage. Well, there's no reason for that. Well, maybe I'll keep this box. Okay. I gotta keep that box. It's my pontoon box. Oh boy. Then I have to make a cabinet just for the drone. Prank watches my videos so he could see everything that I do. And then his fantasies go into his brain. Got a lot of fantasies, that dude. He fantasizes that no one is ever gonna, especially the guy in Mobile, he fantasizes that the guy in Mobile will never come visit him. I think that guy in Mobile will go visit you when you least expect it. That's what I think. But that's your fantasy. Your fantasy is to curl up into a little ball. I've seen that happen before. And pretend like that other guy is not there in your face. Just wait. Just wait. Just wait. No, you don't have long to wait. And your fantasies will come true. I forgot the name of that song, but the fact is, one of his fantasies last week or 2 weeks ago was Johnny Wad, that gay guy that lives in, I think he's gay, I'm not real sure. He lives in Los Angeles, I think, Johnny Wad. And he's been following the prankster for years now. He's always leaving comments that what happened to Dji Air, and then he always likes to leave the rainbow. What do they call that? The rainbow. When you leave, you know how you like it'll show a cup of coffee, or it'll show you a thumbs up, Googles or Doodles. Yeah. Johnny Wad likes to leave the rainbow doodle. I'm not real sure what you call that. The little icons, the little funny faces, the smiley face, stuff like that. What is that? The prop arms are supposed to be opened and closed in a sequence. Right, the top, the front, the top open up first, and then the bottom open downward. Hey, Scott, SIM cards. Sim is here, huh? Thanks for stopping by, Sim. I could get a separate box for that, Scott, because there's that box that I have. I'll either have to build a little box out of something. A pill bottle. I have a pill bottle. Yeah, but I have to. Hey, Black Dave, I have a pill bottle. I have to find it though. It's outside in the shop. I have it in one of my toolboxes, a pill bottle that I use for Dremel tool bits and stuff like that. Black Dave. Hey Fazio, I have a Mavic Pro. You need to format the SIM card before you insert it. The little SIM pushes in and clicks in. Okay, so if I have to format the SIM card before I insert it, where would I format it? I know how SIM cards work. I have the GoPro camera and I have SIM cards in my phone. I know they go in and they click on a spring. But where would I format the card first? Black Dave says, never let the batteries drop below 30%. Every so often recharge them. Right. But didn't you say that they had to be below 30% if you were going to go on an airplane last week? Never let them in direct sunlight. They will bulge and they will not work. Keep in a dark, cold place. Thank you for that. Yeah, the batteries will expand from the heat. Thank you. I have an external charger. Never use the original charger. It can charge the handset and 3 batteries. Takes around 45 minutes. Black Dave, I can't show it to you because it hasn't come yet, but I bought a 6-way charger. Charges the control of the phone and 4 batteries. Or whatever you want it to charge. 2 phones and 3 batteries and the controller. I bought a 6-way brick that's capable of charging 4 batteries, not simultaneously, not one at a time, but all together, all at once. The brick charges all 4 batteries at once. I don't know how many milliamps the charger is, but it's on its way. I paid $50 for the charger with 6 wires, 6-way charger. But thanks for that piece of information. I did get that. And that's about what it said. It takes about an hour to charge all 4 batteries at one time. Scott the Fight, no problem. I'm only trying to help Fazio out with his drone. Yeah, back Dave, I will not let the batteries go down below 30%. I didn't know that. I did know somebody said last week, I don't remember who it was, but they said last week that if you're going to fly, if you're going on an airplane, that the batteries are supposed to be less than 30%, which would probably be okay for a day or so, a couple of days while you're flying. But you're saying long-term storage, the same thing like a car battery. Don't let your car battery go long-term storage below. Don't let it go dead, because then you could throw them out, those old lead-acid batteries. So I understand your comment fully, Black Dave. I understand it fully. You have to keep the batteries charged. Top them off. More maintenance, but they last longer. You're right about that. Same thing with any good battery. Any car battery, boat battery. You could buy boat batteries are $300 for like a 1500 cold cranking amp battery, and then it'll last you. It won't last 5 years. It says it will last 5 years. It won't. But it'll last you 3 years, 4 years. But if you let it go dead and you let it sit in the boat for 6 months, you can just throw it out after 6 months. You have to keep batteries charged up, Black Dave. Thank you for the comment. Have you gone to the DJI site and updated the drone? No, I'm charging. I'm at 3/4 charge on the controller and 3/4 charge on the battery. It says before you initiate, and my cell phone is what I'm using to live stream. So I cannot go to the DJI site yet. I have to disconnect my cell phone and then use that. And then I know you have to set up whatever it is, an account with DJI. But thank you. But I was wondering how do I program the SIM card first? What did you say that word was? Format. Okay, so I can format the SIM card in my computer. I have Black Dave. I have this here. I bought this because I knew I was going to get a SIM card. This is a USB, and you can put a mini card, an SD mini, an SD micro, and a regular SIM card. 2 different kinds of SIM cards in this unit. I guess I could put the SIM card in here, the mini SIM card in here, and put it in the computer. Is Black Dave, I'm asking you, is that correct? And then just format the card like you'd format any other card? Or do I have to go to a DJI site and format the card at their site? So that would be a 2-part question. Do I format it at a DJI site, or can I just format it in my computer when the card shows up and you say format the card? Is that possible to do it like that? You can let me know. I'm going to read the comments. Yes, I have I ordered Black Dave. Dennis. I ordered a DJI intelligent 5,000 milliamp battery, which is supposed to give you 48 minutes of flight time. I know it's not going to do that. 38 minutes it might give you maximum, but I ordered one of those long life batteries, or possibly 2 of them. I don't know. The order that I put in on Lazada is so unclear. I know, and I'll tell Black Dave and anybody else, I know that the order lists it ships at 500 grams. Okay. When I ordered the extra intelligent batteries, it was $240. So in theory, I would only get 2 regular batteries, or 1 super long-lasting battery. And it does not say what's in the box. It says $240 for the battery, and that the box weighs 500 grams. Now this battery, it says these batteries weigh about 4 ounces. This battery weighs a lot more than 4 ounces. That much I know. I know what 4 ounces weighs like. So the information on the net, how much the battery weighs, I would say this weighs close to the 6 ounces. An 8-ball, a big 8-ball. And I don't know what I ordered, but I know I ordered the intelligent battery for $240, but I don't know if I get 1 or 2 batteries or 3 small batteries. I don't know. It will not tell me on the box, but I ordered it, and I said, well, I ordered it. If I get 1 long-lasting battery, I have no idea what I ordered. I know what I paid for it, but the site on Lazada just is such a garbage site for actual information for what you're paying for. It really is. I'm not kidding about that. It really is a garbage site. So I'm going to read the comments now. The intelligent battery discharges automatically to prevent swelling. I read that. Wait a second. Dennis has what? What do you have, Dennis? What is it? You have a drone, Dennis? You have a drone? Okay. The intelligent battery discharges automatically to prevent swelling. It's all bologna and cheese on rotten bread. Dave, Black Dave, always keep in a cool place and they will discharge when not using. Recharge them even when not in use. They have never let me down. Thank you. Philly in the Philippines left his batteries out and they started to bulge due to heat. That stinks because that's an expensive mistake. The batteries are lithium icon. I remember lithium something. Thank you, Black Dave. How cool do you keep them? The refrigerator cold or just out of the sun, I would imagine, is okay. Those lithium batteries will explode if they get wet inside. Yes. Just out of direct sunlight. Thank you. Do not place your tongue and other delicate body parts on spinning propellers. In Mandarin. That's in Chinese. That's what it is. No, it's not in English. There's nothing in English, Dennis. Only the warning is in English. Everything else is in Chinese. There's no English. I know that Dennis is not going to believe me. It says disclaimer and safety guidelines in English. That's it. After that, you open up the book. This is the disclaimer and safety guidelines in English. Right here. After that, well, you know what, Dennis? You could be right. Could be on the next page. Take a look. I'm not going to read this anyway. It's too small. Okay. So the disclaimer, safety at a glance. Dennis is right, as usual. It is in English. I must have turned... I must have not... I didn't see that at all. Okay, thanks, Dennis. Yeah, okay, this is English. Okay. And then it's... the first 5 pages is English. 4 pages in English, then it shifts over to another language. Thank you, Dennis. So I won't throw that book out. Otherwise, I was getting ready to toss that book. But I'd probably rather read the online instructions anyway. Black Dave, I was watching on my playlist, a guy, first of all, you're not supposed to be able to fly it up to 30,000, up higher than a certain, it says 15,000 feet. But I watched a guy bring the Air 2S up to 9,000 feet. He bought, I forgot what it was called. He paid €40 for a hack. That's what he called it, a hack. That would allow him to fly up to 9,000 feet. 3 miles. And he said you weren't supposed to do that. No, oh no, water is good. This drone is, you ever see Voyage to the Bottom of the Toilet Bowl, original Popeye? Remember Voyage to the Bottom of the Toilet Bowl? This drone is like the submersible sub. Yeah, you can bring it right into water, out of the water, under the water, anywhere you want. Going through, you can even put a snowplow on the front of this. Right, calibrate it. Right, clockwise and then spin it around. That's the calibration that you were talking about. That I remember. Do a 360 turn in front, then on its side a 360 again, and it will land at the same point. And you know what? A lot of drone videos say that it's not landing on the landing pad. Maybe that's why it's not landing on the landing pad. Art the yellow. Art the yellow, baby. You know that we got your number covered, Art the yellow. The orange propeller is a special, he's right about that. I didn't even read it. It's a silent propeller. The orange propeller is a special unit calibrated to seek out orange-haired people hidden in secretive bedroom locations. You're right about that. Orange attracts orange. I have flown mine so far on the phone I can see it, but trying to see it with eyes, it was way too far. Then I press return and it comes back about 8 feet in the air and lands in the same place that it was calibrated. Ah, okay. So that calibration, the 360 and then the 360, the rotation on its plane axis, and then the rotation on its circular axis, that would be what calibrates it. I got that. I'm looking very forward to drone footage you provide of the beautiful area where you are living, Sir Michael. I think it will be super entertainment. Oh yeah, me too. So Mr. Philippine, at your service. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to it as well. This is like a whole new endeavor. I've been looking at videos. Not owning a drone, you could look at a video and go, yeah, that's nice. But then owning a drone, having it like on its way to me, then I look at it and say, wow, you know, I can go from my house to the Bellevue. It's only 2,000 feet. Or I could go from my house out to the reef, which is 600 feet, 700 feet. Or I could go from my house up the block and see my block. I think that's exciting. This is what, you know, and I don't want to go back to the mobile worthless blogger in mobile, or the other worthless blogger, the little fella, the little man in northern Cebu. They're two worthless bloggers. They have no content. This goes to the factor of putting content on your channel. They have nothing. One sits outside and stares at the street all night, waiting for somebody to come and attack him. And the other guy is behind a 7-foot-high concrete wall fence with broken bottles on the top and 3 layers of razor wire inside his bedroom with a large screen TV with 7 CCTV cameras. And all they do is blah, 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 talk about one another and or myself. That's not content. I'm going to have content, which is what Mr. Philippines at your service is saying. He's looking forward to a different kind of content. These other people are not pumping out any content. They're just sitting there talking about stuff that has no bearing on being a blogger. They're blah, 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 blah. Scott, I suggest you do not use the running drone props as salami cutters. Salama, thanks for that information. Dennis Adams says, Black Dave, it's amazing how this stuff works and what it does. Now that is an understatement. The fact that this drone, push a button and it comes back to where it started, based on how many, what they call satellites, which are really towers, but based on GPS. See, your GPS in your phone, I knew about GPS going back into the 1990s. because I learned about it. Well, I learned about it when I flew airplanes, but I learned about the technology being in phones when I used to drive to New York City from Florida with my truck to go pick up stuff or drop stuff off. I would buy trailers in Florida and bring them to New York and resell them. Actually, a guy paid me to bring the trailers there, but I would make trips back and forth. You'd be on the phone or you'd be looking at the phone or on the phone, and it'll say, you are now entering Georgia from Florida. And it would beep. The phone would beep and tell you that you're now out of your free calling range. And that at that point you have to pay, 10 cents a minute for your phone calls. But at the border between Florida and Georgia, it wouldn't be 100 feet before it registered the phone, and that's at 60 miles an hour. It wouldn't be 100 feet before the GPS. So the GPS coordinate was always in your phone. It was always there. But now, 10 years ago, they allow you to see the GPS coordinates or track a phone. Maybe 15 years ago, I don't know. But yeah, GPS. But the GPS coordinate will bring the drone back to the landing pad, according to Black Dave. Okay, some more information. Black Dave, Fazio needs to realize this, comma. Wow, that's good punctuation. Never try to land it. Press the return button. It will land itself, safe and sound, if he calibrates the drone correctly. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to go with that information. I'm going to go with that. Because it does all of this stuff automatic. And that's why one of the reasons I bought, where is it? Black Dave. Okay, where did it go? Where did it go? One of the reasons I bought this little gadget here, Black Dave. Oh, where did it go? Ah, here it is, right here. This gadget here and the pontoons was because somebody said you need to have a landing pad, but this gadget here does two things. This is for landing in the water with two pontoons. We're supposed to have four of these. We're supposed to have 4 pontoons, but it came with 2. And then you clip this to the bottom of the drone. You use rubber bands. And this landing pad, Black Dave and anybody else, goes somehow with rubber bands. If I can find them. Onto the bottom here. On the bottom like that. And that gives you another 3.5 inches to land in tall grass or on a sandy surface or pebbly surface. I lost the rubber bands. I didn't lose them. A lot of shit there. That's what, right, here they are. They blended in with the white box. So these rubber bands attach to the bottom of the drone, or when you extend the arms out and the legs down like this, and you put the battery in there, which is down here now. when you put the battery in the drone, you put the rubber bands around the drone and put this, you could use this as a skid without the pontoons, or as a skid to raise the level of the drone off of here. Now, I still can't figure this out, how this goes. And I don't know why. I'm not sure where this goes. You would think it would snap in place, but it does not. Here it is, right here. Okay, here it is. I think it goes here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so this, you put the rubber bands around here like that, and then you put 2 more rubber bands on the orange pontoon like this. And you have to set this up for the center of gravity, for the weight and balance of the drone. But this will let you land on water, or if it crashes into the water, it'll let you find the drone. You don't want that to happen. So, okay, that goes like that. So this is actually serves 2 purposes. It acts as a landing skit, and it acts as a pontoon bracket for pontoons. I better put that stuff together. I'm going to go back to the comments in a minute. See, this is all new to me, this stuff. It's not like if it was second nature, I could move around a lot better, but then I have to build a cabinet just for my drone. Rubber band. I buy rubber bands by the box. Okay, so that's another component. Now that component won't fit into the that component will not fit into the Black Dave. I got this box with it also. I don't know how long you've been here, Black Dave. It's the explosion-proof / fireproof case for the batteries, so you could go on an airplane. It fits the drone, the controller, 4 sets of props, 5, 1, 2, 4, 6, 8 sets of props, cell phone. And this package here is pretty much for odds and ends that are not part of, which I'm going to put my my mini SD and the adapter in this. Okay, so this, and then eventually I'll get a pill bottle that'll fit in there, because I'll have more than one SD card. And then also it has a pocket up on top here for instruction books or stuff like that, and the other cables, one is for the iPhone and one is for the Android phone. So this box, I don't know, it doesn't weighs less than a pound, and this is for flying on an airplane. That makes it legal to fly on an airplane. So I'll go Dennis Adam, he has 3 spares. Okay, says Black Dave. Yeah, well, like I said, I don't know the order that I have. First of all, you can't track the order with the order number. And if you can only get to the page of what you paid $240 for, but it doesn't say how many batteries. It does say batteries. It says batteries for the Air 2/2S, but it doesn't say how many. Usually, if you buy a 3-pack battery, it says 3 batteries. It does not say. But I'm paying $240. So did I pay $120 for 2 batteries each, $240, or did I pay $240 for the extended intelligent battery? I don't know. I don't care either. Old Juicy Lucy. Oh, we mentioned you earlier, Juicy Lucy. Lucy from Palawan. Are you Juicy Lucy from Palawan? Did I spend 7 days and 7 nights in the corner with you? Well, this is the SD card that came with it. I think it was Alexel. Alexar. This came with the drone, 128 gig SD card. Came with the drone. They're worth they got to be worth $50. I remember paying almost $100 for them years ago. I think, if I remember, they were $100 a piece. But it could have been 2 for $100. It's a high performance 128 gig Lexar. So they wouldn't send this, they would not send that card unless it was made for the drone. Okay. So I'm way behind on the comments. Okay, what you're showing is what you need. Yes, insert it into the laptop, then format it to a FAT32, not the DJI site. Okay, thank you. FAT32, I'll remember that because I remember formatting the cards for the GoPros. FAT32, it needs to be formatted first. So insert the SD card in the USB stick. Put it in the laptop and format it. You do not format it from DJI. Only format, you said that 3 times now. Must be important. Thank you. Thank you. You are calibrating both the compass and the gyros. Hey, Flywoods, thanks for stopping by. All the information that you guys give me, this is all new to me. This is all new to me. There was so much. I've been trying to tell everybody how much information you need to become savvy with flying, just to take off with this drone. The control part for me is going to be simple. I've been operating heavy equipment with boom up, boom down, swing left, swing right, left brake, right brake. 6 controls in my crane, plus the throttle, 7 controls. I can do that with my eyes closed. The backhoe has also 4 controls, but 8 directions. I can do that with my eye closed. The Bobcat, just 2 controls, 4 ways, 6 ways. Okay, so the controlling part is easy. It's the knowing part how to set this thing up. Keep in mind the distance. So Flywoods is bringing new information to the table. Thanks for this information, Frank. The distance is, yeah, right. They're supposed to be line of sight. That much I know. And I know what line of sight is. But I got to tell you, all these videos that I've been watching, now a lot of them are in Alaska. There's nothing but mountains and snow. Some of them, one guy, photography channel, it's on my playlist. He is flying a drone in Maui, and for miles there's nothing but farmland, and this thing goes out of sight, half a mile away, not even a kilometer away. That's why I want to spray the drone yellow. That's why I'm gonna spray the drone yellow, so I'll have more visual line of sight. Of course, I'll tape off the sensors first, but yeah, the line of sight is supposed to be the legal limit. Ruby would make a great drone cop, Scott. She probably does play with the drone. I'm sure she does. She's pretty active in a lot of different things. Black Dave, if you have an RTH set at only 8 feet, you're lucky if it makes it home. I don't know what that means. Radio to home? Return to home. Okay. Okay. Return to home. Black Dave, if you have a return to home set at only 8 feet, you're lucky if it makes it home. I don't know. Scott Del Fuego, her drone flying was short. The day I took my thumbnail photo, it took us 2 hours to find my drone, and we had video of where she crashed. Okay. I never had issues at all with my Mavic Pro, but I used the original legs on the drone, not the attachment, but been flying them for a long time now. Well, I don't know if this matters, Black Dave, but where I'm going to be landing the drone, of course I'm going to look for a flat, level, and dry surface with no dust on it. But many of the places that I'll be flying are going to be over sand, you know, where you take off in the sand. I'm not going to take off in sand. I'll put it on the nose, on the top of a boat, something, you know. But a lot of places on the beach, there's not a lot of places to land. It's not like you can land. Not like anybody cuts the grass on the beach. And if you're not on the grass, then you're in sand, and the propellers are going to kick up the sand. So you don't want that. So you have two more options. You have to find something to land on, which is a boat. Typically the boat's in the water where you're going to have to make a landing, or you can land it into your hand. I see a lot of people landing it into their hand. It doesn't look all that complicated after you get used to it, but at first I'm not going to be landing it in my hand. Don't cover your bottom sensors with those legs. Okay? Let's take a look at that right now, Flywoods, and I'll see if I had them in the right place. Okay, if this is the bottom, and this is the crib, the cradle for the bottom. I see how this goes now. Okay, I got it. This way on the drone would cover the bottom sensor. This way would not. This way would allow some of this infrared sensing, I guess it is, would allow some infrared sensing to take place, and in the front, this sensor would be open in the middle. I got you, Flywoods. Thank you. Now I understand it a little better. Okay. So what I'm going to do, just for the heck of it, see how much stuff there is to know about this? It's amazing. Okay, let's find that pen. Okay. I think I got this right. I'm going to mark it. Yeah, okay. That's got to be for that infrared sensor there. Okay, so I marked it a little bit. So that would be how it would go. It would still let that infrared sensor not block that. And then you put the pontoons on it. Thanks, Flywoods. I was wondering where that goes. I couldn't figure it out, but then when you said don't block the sensors, then I remembered that they were there. Okay? I have been on rooftops and flown it between buildings and into other backyards a mile and a half away. That just boggles the mind. How the cell phone towers will relay that information from your drone to the controller to your cell phone. It's just amazing. Right. I was told, Flywoods, to set the altitude for the return to home at about 130 feet, which would be more than enough for anything around here. But never lower than the highest trees by at least 30 or 40 feet. Right, I got that. Right, Black Dave, the foam, it won't sink. But then you could just bring it home and cry. There would be a way. I've taken lots of power tools out of salt water, soak them in fresh water for an hour, then change the water, and then change the water again, then take them out and blow it with a high pressure. I actually blew it with my street blower, and then blow it with a hair dryer, or keep the hair dryer on it for a long time. You got to put it in the motor, put it in the armature, put it in the trigger. Sometimes you got to take it apart. But these little drone motors, I probably have to take them apart and blow them out if it ever got wet like that. Let's hope that doesn't happen. But yeah, that salt water is different than fresh water. Fresh water, you just blow it out and dry it out in the sun with a blower, put it in the toaster oven. But salt water, you got to get every little bit of salt out of it, which means you got to soak it, fresh water, change the water, soak it again, drip it out, shake it again, put it in, take it out, probably 6 or 7 times in an intricate little motor system like that. You'll never get it out of the gimbal. Probably just throw it away. Put it on your shelf at that point and cry. Maybe you could get one of those Chinese work hats and put a big flat top on it. Hey, I got one right behind me. I got one. I could do that, Scott. I can land it on my head. Like that? Like that, buddy? I'll put a flat top on that. Like that? I look good, yeah? Yeah. I'm gonna need one of these when I'm flying that thing around, that's for sure. I got the Chinese hat. I guess I should wear that. I get used to wearing that in case I have to put a piece of plywood up on top and land it on the plywood. Good idea, Scott. Yeah. A nice Filipina that works out. I had, I'll tell you that story on the phone. I bought extension legs on the end of the stems. They're just longer. Right, those are the straight ones. It's almost like a big straw. I've seen those. Okay, you launch from the pad and catch with your hand. Okay, thanks. Fly with, yeah. I saw those hand retrievals. Um, it it looks a lot more. It's not. I don't know how much those propellers would hurt you. It wouldn't be a good thing to be smacking them into your knuckles, but you can operate the controller with one finger to bring it down, because it has a sensor on it that it doesn't want to land in your hand when it's coming down. You got to manually work it down. But Black Dave said to let it land on its own. If it's at all possible, I will. But yeah, you could put it in all the rice you want, but if it goes in salt water, you can throw the drone away without rinsing it out with fresh water. I saw some guy had his drone fell in a lake. That's different. Salt water is different. Salt water starts to oxidize the electronic circuitry within seconds. It's not so much that it oxidizes the electronic circuitry. It's called electrolysis, and it happens in seconds, not minutes or hours. Emergency, I've not seen any of those emergency hand catches. That's the hat, says Scott. Okay, so we're getting close to the bottom of the comments. Flywoods, the Mavic Pro will always return before the battery dies out. It's a fail-safe. That's the Air 2S will always return home. He's right about that. Black Dave, true on paper, but if you've flown your battery low, flying downwind, Flywood brings up a great point, man. He's a drone pilot. One thing that people need to know, and what I learned is, when you're going to fly your drone a far distance, fly it into the wind. And if you fly it into the wind and you let the battery go at 50%, you're always going to be able to return home. But if you fly it downwind at 50%, coming back, depending on the wind, may or may not let you get home. At which point you'll have to land an emergency landing and put your emergency beacon lights and beeper on the drone, and then hope that you can hear it or see it. So always fly your drone into the wind, or don't fly it so far away that it can't get home. But Flywoods is right about that. If you fly it downwind at 50 and you let it go less than at 50%, coming back, well, it's going to need more than 50% to come back because it's going against the wind. Thanks, Flywood. And Black Dave is right also. In the Mavic Air 2S, somehow it compensates for the wind, because it'll tell you when you're flying downwind that you should start your return trip home. Now, I don't know if it knows because it's calculated the wind. I don't know how it would do that. It has an airspeed indicator on it somehow by GPS, but does it know that the wind is going with the drone? I don't know. So, but but that's good information. But right now, I'm Mr. Inexperienced Drone Pilot. I know nothing about drones. I know what I'm going to do with the drone. I know where I'm going to go with the drone. I'm still at only three bars on this battery. Okay, I'm at 4 bars now. No. Taking a long time. Maybe it wasn't plugged in. Anyway, it's still taking a long time. I guess I could, I could probably put that up. Man, I'm hungry. I'm freaking hungry. Yeah, I got that part, man. I heard in many places those the Mavic 13. See, the Mavic 3,500 milliamp batteries are supposed to last 39 minutes, 41 minutes, but they don't last. You say 35. I've heard 31. But the one I think I bought, the 5,000 milliamp battery, it's a 5,000 milliamp battery is what it says on the purchase order. It's supposed to last 48 minutes, but it will only last 40 minutes. So that's not much longer than 35 minutes to pay $240 for a battery. So maybe I got two of them. I don't know. I bought it and didn't know what I was buying. I'll tell you that. I've said that before 3 or 4 times now. I don't know. It refuses to tell me. Now, what I didn't want was the 2 batteries when it said 2 regular batteries. I wanted the extended 5,000 milliamp battery, which is why I bought it. But I don't know if 1 came in the kit or 2. All right, egg salad tomorrow, boiled a bunch of eggs. Oh, yeah, so I said I'm hungry, and you tell me exactly what I wanted to eat. Egg salad with a bunch of eggs. Thank you, Scott. That was psychic from the word go. I almost bought eggs 2 days ago. I haven't bought eggs. I can't eat the eggs because it's got they feed the chickens some kind of poison, which makes my legs swell up. Okay. Flyweight says, quick YouTube search, Dji fails to return home, reveals many not so lucky. Okay, well, that's life. I'm going to be right near it, so it doesn't matter. It's not like it's going to be far away from me when I do it. I'm not going to bring it out of the line of sight. I don't know, when you say it fails to return home, what do you mean? It just disappears off into the distance? That would be terrible, Flywoods. Is that what you're saying, Frank? That it disappears off into the distance? Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. What are you going to do? There's nothing you can do about that. You can just look for your GPS coordinate. It says it has GPS coordinates, but by the time you find it, it could be in a tree, could be in the water, could have landed in somebody's garbage pail, for all you know. Just got unlucky and landed in a garbage pail. But we do know this. We had $840 in real monies. $840 in real monies. It was $400, and $200 was $600. I think now we're at $890 in real money after YouTube takes their taxes with the $200 that I put in from my Patreon account. We're at $890. But, of course, out of that 44, you only get 30, so it was 845. 840 plus 30 is $870 in real money towards the from Super Chat and my donation from my Patreon page towards my own personal drone. So basically, I have, without my donation, $670 in Super Chat money, clear money. So let's just say $700. That leaves me, and for all the drone parts, let's just say what it is. It's $670 towards the drone, and the drone was $1,000. So far, The drone has cost $330 and another $350 in parts. So the drone has cost me about, I bought $1,350 in stuff. And that is without. I'm going to get the prop guards. I got the landing skids. I don't need a landing. I don't need another set of landing skids. So I got that. The prop guards I didn't get. I'm not going to get the iPad holder just yet, because I have a Samsung iPad, but I don't know if it's an i11 or an i12. Dave, do you know about the i11 or i12 on the Samsung Android phone? One works. The i11 is supposed to work. The i12 is not supposed to work. Does anybody know about that? And then I'm going to get the sun hood. I'm going to get the sun hood for the phone. And I'm going to get the drop cord, the one that drops the package or picks up a package. And I don't know that I'm going to get a prop holder. I think it came with a prop holder that'll work just fine. It did come. Yeah, it could be because they didn't calibrate it, but he's saying if you calibrate it every time it comes home. So that would make sense, Dennis. Thank you. Or it will return home to the previous launch site, which could be 2 days ago and miles away. Maybe that's a good point. Okay, I got that. So I got a prop holder with the machine. The drop cord latch I'm going to order. That's about $20. The sun hood. I'm not going to get the sun hood just yet. The iPad holder I'm going to hold off on. Extra props. I probably should get. I have one set of extra props. I probably should get one more or two more sets of extra props. And the prop guards, someone said that's a good idea, so I may get that. So I probably have about $10, $40, $60, another $100 in accessories, and I should have this thing licked. And depending on which battery I get, it'll be licked. Whoa. Oh, I've seen that, Black Dave. Right. I've seen that. I've seen that with the gimbal faces down towards the water, and the drone takes the fish hook out into the lake or the ocean or the stream and then drops the bait right on top of the fish. I saw that years ago. I saw that on a video, and I was going, why can't they just cast it out there? But without the drone, you wouldn't know where it was. Michael's great videos are going to explode when he masters this drone and starts to apply his creativity to the drone genre. Going up into the sky at night, film alien craft, maybe. Who knows? You know what? I've not seen a UFO since I've been in the Philippines. Not one. There's no interest for them here at all. Nothing. What is in the Philippines? The jungle. I don't know. Maybe they're here and you don't see them, but maybe that's why they keep spraying the skies gray so you don't see them. But I've not seen one at all, ever here. In New York City, you used to see them a lot years ago. And in Florida, very rarely. Because out on the Keys, as you're out in the middle of an island, there's nothing for them to reconnoiter. But in New York, they had the 3 airports, Kennedy Airport, LaGuardia Airport, and you had Jersey Airport, Farmingdale. There was a lot of stuff. You had nuclear. There's a nuclear reactor not far from New York City. Okay, Black Dave, thank you. All right, thank you very much for your... you have been a wealth of information. Thank you very much, Black Dave. Thank you. Salamat. I really appreciate all the help. And a lot of people have helped me out, sending me private messages and stuff like that. You're welcome, says Black Dave. Thank you. Flywood sent a link. Here are some that made it close to home. Okay. So I'm going to... Still don't have a fully charged battery. Boy, it did take 4 hours, didn't it? It said 4 hours to charge the battery, and it's taken 4 hours. But I'm at 4 bars now. I'm at 4 bars on my charger, on my controller. I'm going to eat before I take this outside. I'm not going to... I'm really hungry. I got all these boxes that I want to put back together or throw them out, the garbage out. And it's still not fully charged. And as Black Dave said, I have to format that card, the SD card, to a FAT format, and I still have to... I can't be live streaming with this phone and put the phone on the controller. So I have to figure out how to set all that stuff up. So in about a half an hour, I'm going to end this live stream because I need the phone to talk to my Wi-Fi connection, to talk to DJI, to program the drone, and to program the controller, and to program the phone. And I also have to put the DJI app in the phone from DJI. There's a DJI app, and then there's a DJI app from DJI. They said to use the one from DJI. There's so much shit that you got. I don't even know what an app was. A year ago, I had no idea what an app was. None. I never put an app in my phone. And then I had to put a WhatsApp in my phone. And I don't even know how to turn it on, the WhatsApp. I have no idea. And I put a few phone numbers in, and then I was trying to talk to some Chinese woman in China to buy equipment from. They don't understand English. They don't understand a damn thing. They speak the words on the screen. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. Yeah, the sports setting. The sports setting shuts off the sensors, Dennis. It shuts off all the avoidance control systems. And it makes the drone fly a lot faster. I would not put that on. Thank you, Dennis. That's the one all the way to the right. This one here. You just push that over that way. Sport. Use the sign is the slowest one. Normal is normal. The sports setting shuts off all the avoidance collision centers. So until you get good at it, or you're just in an open area and you know how to fly it, it would not be a good thing. Thanks, Dennis. Yesterday, I took a walk straight out to the reef. God, the tide went out really, really far. It was out almost as far as it was. And for those of you who just came in, the reef is dead. Not from pollution, but that cyclone Odette, it destroyed so much of the coral. I would imagine, I don't know what the tide was doing, I remember at 10 o'clock at night that huge limb fell down while I was looking out my window. That I remember, but I don't know what the tide was doing. But we had 150 plus mile an hour winds, and if it was at low tide like it is now and the reef was exposed, that's what broke off. So much of the coral is just broken off and dead. It's gone. All the fan coral is gone. All the elk horn coral, which is like 2 or 3 foot long prongs that stick up, they're gone. Fire coral, what I call the cabbage fire coral, where it's all like croppings, looks like an open head of cabbage, that's all gone. I walked down a little bit further towards the Bellevue, and you could see it underwater where some of it was still there. But then there were people fishing. They were standing on top of elkhorn coral, which takes 100 years to grow. Plywood says the DJI app from stores have problems. Go to the DJI website. Depends on the phone brand. Well, babe, can you answer this question? It said, if I remember correctly, it said in a video that Android 11 works, but the Android 12 does not work. Or do I have that backwards? Because my phone is an Android 12. And I went to Samsung last week after I saw the video, and I said, well, is this... She looked it up. She said it's Android 12. And I said, can we turn it back to an Android 11? She said, no, sir. The update updated the phone from an Android 11 to a 12. There's no turning back. At which point, I will probably order for $400 the radio control unit with the screen built into it, which means that my phone won't work, or it won't work properly, or it won't work too good, or it'll work at 50% capacity. What does that mean, Flywoods? Do you know? I asked before, well, I didn't get an answer from Black Dave. I don't know if he heard me. So anyway, my phone is an Android 12, and they can't turn it back to an Android 11. So I have two options at this point. Buy an iPhone, which it will work with, for $300 or $400, or buy the radio control unit for $300 or $400. I don't know. I'll wait for Flywoods to give me an answer. Okay. Thank you, Flywoods. Can't answer that question. I'm gonna go here right now. My computer froze up again. Don't ever buy a Lenovo computer. I say it every time I do a live stream. This computer is a piece of garbage. Garbage. I tell you, garbage. It's amazing that they would sell this store, this Thinking Tools, this piece of shit computer. They sold it to me knowing that it was a bad make on a bad model of a well-known brand, but it was a bad model. They sold it to me knowing it was, and I told them, look, I looked up what the problem is with this computer. You give me a new computer, we'll upgrade it. No, sir. So I paid 30,000 pesos for this Lenovo computer. They would not take it back and upgrade it for me. Welcome to the Philippines. If it would have been a Buy More or whatever, one of those stores, a Target store in America, or Newegg computer store, they would have just took it back and upgraded it, or even Dell. They would have took it back and gave me one that works, a better one, the same one, different model, but the same price range. And in the Philippines, There you go. You bought that. You didn't know that it was a bad computer. We did, but we had 50 boxes in the back. We had to sell them to somebody, and you were the fool that bought a bad computer because you didn't know it was a bad computer because you didn't do your research. So I'm supposed to research the computer before I buy it to see if it has problems. I took the word of the salesman that was my salesman for years, that it was a good computer. So they basically screwed me big time, sold me a 30,000 peso computer, and I've had nothing but problems with it. Okay, well, that didn't help me at all, Flywoods. I don't know what that means. I don't know. I have no idea. But thanks. It's not like, until you upgrade it. Until you put the initial upgrade in, the second upgrade, the third I don't know what you're saying, but it doesn't help me with my question from my phone. I'm going to have to try to program it into my phone, and then even now, this computer, it's not supposed to sign me out of Lazada, but it signs me out. Every time the computer shuts off, it signs me out of Lazada. Every time the computer shuts off, it signs me out of my Yahoo Mail. Even though I say stay signed in. It's a piece of junk, this computer. Is what it is junk. 30,000 peso piece of junk. And now the keyboard broke. The keyboard didn't break. It's internal. The motherboard. This is going to be the third motherboard they have to put in. The motherboard is not accepting the keystrokes from the keyboard or from the external keyboard. I thought it was the external keyboard, but the motherboard, the computer keyboard is not. It's not working. It's not complicated. It's not working. So I have to use an on-screen keyboard, which works sometimes, not every time, to use my computer. Okay, Old Farts with Drones, good Facebook club, or DJI Mavic Air 22S group. Thanks. Also Facebook. Thanks. I'm trying to get on Facebook now. But it wants my password. I don't remember my damn password. Oh, man. I put it in wrong twice. Okay, let's get my Facebook password in there. What a pain in the neck. What a pain in the neck. Facebook password. Okay. What a piece of junk. that I have to put my Facebook password in every time the computer restarts. I forgot why I was here. Oh, okay. GP, what is that? Sport? What is the name of that controller? What is the name of the controller with the screen on it? Oh, that was a sport controller. SPORT controller Mavic. Mavics. If you don't spell it exactly, this is another piece of junk concept. If you don't spell it exactly right on the Lozada website, like you have one letter crisscross with it will come up with 0. It will come up with no matched items. Whereas when you do a Google search, you could spell it almost wrong, and it will come up with the item that you want. Radio control. Here it is, right here. Okay, that's something else. Wow. Where is the RC? Maybe it's an RC. Sport RC. RC. Controller Mavic. That's not it. That can't be it. Not for $20. I thought there was something like $300. Flywoods, am I using the wrong name, Frank? Scott, DJ has a flight simulator allowing you to use your controller to simulate flying your drone on the computer. That is an interesting idea. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. But this controller can't cost 1,000 pesos. I remember seeing the radio RC controller was something like $300. Not 1,000. Now that's the sling. That's 1,000 pesos for the sling itself, not the controller. Okay. Well, why won't it show up on this page? I Googled RC control. Maybe it's a sport controller. Good night, Scott. Thank you. Won't be doing any flying today, that's for sure. I'm so freaking tired of thinking and learning stuff that I will definitely not even attempt. I'm just going to get this thing programmed at a maximum. I don't see it. This is impossible. How could it be $30? This is not. See, this is how they trick you on this worthless piece of garbage Lazada site. 10 pieces for DJI Smart Control. It's 10 pieces of glass films for Mavic Pro and Zoom Mavic 3 drone. But it's not the drone. It's not the recorder. It's not the remote. It's just some sort of film that you put over the screen. This is what's real garbage about. This Lazada site is just pure crap. And I have to go back to the DJI Mavic. Air. Mavic Air 2 accessories. Let's go. Four pairs of quick release, 3 blades. That's the 3-bladed I don't want that. The drone strobe light. I got to put that down on the list. I'm not going to order it today, though. I want to make sure the damn thing works. Okay. Still have to find that remote controller. Let's go to page 2. Okay, we're getting 4 lights on the battery now, almost. Now I pressed the number 2 and it won't go to page 2. It won't go to page 2 because this website is garbage. Okay, it won't go to page 2. Let's try Mavic Air 2S. See, this is what I mean about this. This Lazada website is pure garbage. I put down I want the remote. I put the word remote in there. I put down the remote controller. It won't show me a remote controller. I want to freaking call up Lazada and tell them whoever's doing your website is not doing such a good job. Jesus Christ, how long does it take to search for something that you put the search word in there? Somebody help me out here with this. I have an extra strap for my camera for that, Dennis. Thank you. I have several straps, but I have clip straps for cameras, for the GoPro, for everything else. I want the controller. And it won't show me the controller. It won't even show me page 2. Mavic radio control radio. RC. I remember the name was RC. It was definitely an RC controller. There's no doubt about it. And this is what I mean about this website being garbage. If you don't put it exactly word the way it says that the item is, exact wording has to be. Otherwise you get no results. And you could be looking, this is what's messed up about this website, you could be looking for a remote control that'll show you women's underwear. I'm not even joking about that. See here, this is a remote control glass protector. It's not the remote control. And it won't go to page 2 on any page. There it went to page 2 the first time. Okay. Oh boy, it's amazing how all this stuff on this site is so. How long? Now I've been looking for this for 10 minutes. Now it's on Lazada, Flywoods. I saw it on Lazada. I just searched. There are no controllers listed, only options. Okay, well, there was a controller last week. Okay, maybe they ran out. Thank you, Frank Flywoods. That's possible that they ran out of them and then they took it off the site. That's very possible. But I saw it on here last week You could buy it when I ordered the drone. It gave me an option to buy the remote control radio controller with the screen built into it. I think it was $299. I would order it, but they don't have one. I think it was $299. I could be wrong. It wasn't $190. See, I think it was $300 for that little unit. Could have been $200, because it would have brought the price of the drone up to about, I don't know, $1,600 plus, almost $1,700. That's right. So it would have had to been close to $300. All right, well, it's not available now, so it's not. Thank you very much, Frank. Lazada only lists what its sellers are offering, so maybe they ran out of those controllers. All right, so if I want to do remote control for the Mavic Air 2S, I'll cut that out of there. Put a space there. I'm going to put a space there. You know what? I'm going to just Google search it. Thanks, Frank. That's, maybe they just don't have them in stock. I'm only Google searching it because if my phone doesn't work, I'll know by the end of today. And I'm just killing time here right now, actually. And, of course, it's going to bring me right to Lazada. Okay. Yep, here we are. Smart remote controller. Okay. I was wrong. It's not $300. It's $1,200. $1,200. Oh, that's with the Mavic. Oh, that's the whole kit. Okay. Radio control now compatible. How to bind. These are videos. Does the remote control work with the Air 2S? It's now compatible with the Air 2S. So, okay, so here's what we want. We want the DJI RC Pro Controller. Well, let's go back to Lazada and put it in with the exact wording like I said before. See what pops up. And here it is. No, that's the strap. Silicone cover, 1,000 pesos. None of these are the controller. They're all screensavers and straps. But none of them are the RC controller itself, which is about 15,000 pesos. Why won't it give you what the name of the item? I took it off I took it off of Google. I took the name of the item off of Google. Why will it not show it to me? Unless Frank is right and it only shows you what's available. Sells you a strap, a cover, lens cover, strap, another silicone cover, glass covers, everything but the controller. This is ridiculous. Everything but the controller. Look, here it is right here. The DJI RC Pro controller. Right there. There it is. It's not complicated. That's what I copied that. See? Watch. Copy. Copy that. Now I'll open up. I'm going to put this in here. Paste it. For sale. Remote controller for again. We're getting close. 11,000 pesos. Okay, this one here. That would be 220 bucks. Okay, let's take a look at this. But this is the Mavic 2. We don't want that one, but let's just take a look at it. The controller for the Mavic 2. Pro Air Spark Drone Remote. Parts used. Used parts. 11,000 pesos. That's definitely not what we want. No doubt about that. Air dropping system, it's $55, 60 bucks almost. Okay. There is no remote for sale. Wait. Second hand, 6,000 pesos. Okay, that is not what we want. Okay, let's just go here. Let's see the smart. Maybe I don't have all the words. Maybe it has to be smart controller. Oh, give me a break. Give me a freaking break. 63,000 pesos. Can anybody calculate what 63,000 pesos is? That's 1,260 bucks for this controller. $1,260 for this controller. Give me a break. Smart controller, 5.5. Okay. Mavic 2, Air 2S, Mini Mavic. Oh, come on. This product is 100% DJI original brand, new, but without original packaging box, which means somebody bought the controller, tried it out, sent it back. So it's not quite used. Could have been sent back within a day or so. Well, certainly within 7 days. So somebody took it out of the box and said, this thing's not worth $1,200, and I'll send it back. So come on, 63,000 pesos. That's $1,264. $1,264 roughly. Yeah, the new built-in screen controller. Thanks, Dennis. Okay, thank you. I can't open up Skype on this computer now because I have stuff on Skype that I don't want anybody, that I don't feel like. Well, I could turn it around, I guess, but then I have to put in my Skype code. I'll go to my Skype later on my cell phone. 63,000 pesos. I remember. I got a good memory for this crap. I remember that controller was about. It was $399, which would be $400. It was $399, which is 20,000 pesos. Or it was $299. No, $399 would be 40,000 pesos. Or it was $299 and it was 30,000 pesos, which is still $600. I remember it being expensive, but not $1,200. I'll leave that window open. Correct me if I'm wrong. Dennis, can you tell me what the price was when you just looked it up? Because that's a ridiculous price. That's just absolutely bizarre. I'll just buy a phone before I bought a controller like that. Let's go back. There was something else I wanted here. I think the propeller guards were on here, yeah? Or for that, I have... No, that's impossible. It can't be $40. Really, $40? I have a Samsung tablet. I could just buy the adapter. That's $40, Dennis. They're not selling you a remote control for $40. I don't see it, but I guess I could take a look, but I don't see how they could sell it to you for $40. I'm going to pay $50 for the airdrop, $56 for the airdrop. I'm going to pay... I don't see. I think that's a mistake, Dennis. I think you're looking at the wrong thing. I remember the controllers were something like between $200 and $400. How could it be $2,000? How could it be $42? Unless it's some weird brand. DJI Smart Controller. RC Pro Remote Control with Screen, Belt, Sling, Lanyard. Wow, okay. I'll take a look. Okay, so let's just take a look here right now. DJI RC Pro Remote Control with screen. Let's just go right here, right now. Open up a link. And we'll put in the exact wording that you put. DJI, capital letters. DJI. All right, space. RC Pro. Okay, RC space Pro. Pro. Remote control. REMOTE. Control. CONTROL. We could put down with screen, but let's just try this. I think we were on this page before. No, I don't see it, Dennis. It's okay. I'll go to page 2, but it should have come up because that's what we put in there, yeah? See, just the sticks, just the little control sticks are almost 1,000 pesos. How can they sell you the whole controller for 2,100 pesos? It's got to be. Now, you sent it to me in Skype, so I'll take a look at that. Oh, here it is right here. Here it is, DJI Smart Control Pro with remote control with screen and belt. Here it is on the bottom right here. Okay, let's click that. Smart Control, DJI RC Pro Remote Control with screen, belt, sling, lanyard, and strap for Mavic 2 Pro Zoom. Oh, that's amazing. I don't know why. If I would have saw this, I would have ordered this right from the get-go. Then you could keep your cell phone in your pocket. You wouldn't have to. Thank you, Dennis. And yet the other one was $1,200. And this is, it says it's a DJI. It says it right at the top. For DJI Smart Control. Okay, but it's, the other one must have been a DJI controller. Okay, well, let's see what it says in the box. Origin, compatible drone. Okay, so it's a knockoff, which is okay for me. Thank you very much, Dennis. So it's a knockoff for $50 as opposed to $1,200 for a real controller. But, and of course this is a big but, I'll have to do some research on this. Will it work? Is it dependable? Will it fly your drone off into the wild blue yonder? Is it just cheaper to buy another Samsung phone at an 11 model or an iPhone for $200? Because $200 is a lot cheaper than the drone. Okay, so I'll keep this up on the screen. What I'm going to do with this, I'm going to turn this around. Okay. Okay. All right. So, yeah, see, this is how they trick you. This is this Chinese corporate tricking mechanism. Okay. So you two gentlemen both agree it could only be for the lanyard, the strap only. DJI remote control with screen belt sling. See, this is how, it doesn't say it's the belt sling. It says for DJI, yeah, it does say that. For DJI Smart Control. So this belt sling for $45 is for this remote controller. So in other words, they're selling you a remote control here for $1,200 with no belt on it. should say what's in the box. So it's $1,200 plus. It's $1,264 plus 2,000 more pesos. 63,000. 1,260. So it's not $1,260. It's actually, now it goes up to $1,320 with the strap. So they're selling you a $1,260 remote here, no strap. And they'll tell you that when you enlarge the picture like this, did you see a strap? No, you don't see a strap because there's no strap included, dummy. And this is why it took me so long to find a single drone to buy, because this is what they do. So this is $1,260, and the strap's another $40. That's $1,320 for the unit plus the strap. That's amazing. That's why I didn't buy it. Now I remember why I didn't buy it. So I'm going to have to either make this phone work. Thank you very much, Dennis. And thank you very much, Flywoods. This is why I couldn't figure out what I bought for a battery. The battery says it's the extended 5,000 amp battery, but it doesn't say if you're buying one or two. Thank you, Flywoods. It's the strap only. Yes, I see a picture of the controller. It's a knockoff strap. They show a controller, making me think it was for the controller. Yes, 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 indeed, Dennis Adam. Yes, indeed, Flywoods. They trick you. And the description of what you're buying, they work to somebody operating the keyboard to make you believe you're buying the controller when you're only buying the strap. Now, of course, when you get it, you can send it back and it doesn't cost you a penny. But that's not the point. If they said, this is what's in the box at the bottom. What's in the box? A strap. Well, what's in the box? The RC controller plus the strap. What's in the box? The RC controller plus the sunscreen plus the strap. So you could spend $1,400 for the RC controller, the sunscreen, and the strap, when you're only spending $1,000 for the drone. Where is the advantage? Well, they tell you the advantage is you don't have to use your cell phone. But if you do use your cell phone, why would you spend $1,400 for a controller when you could go buy another cell phone for $300 and put it in the machine? It's not the cell phone that controls the drone. It's the controller that tells the cell phone to tells the cell tower. The cell phone has nothing to do with it. As long as the cell phone is in proper working order, it will work. But this is what Lazada does. I have sent back 44 orders this year. I sent back 12 because it was the wrong item. And there were other items that were wrong that I just kept because I could use it either way. For instance, the floats that I bought, the floats. It's supposed to be double pontoon floats. But it's not. It's single pontoons. So they sent me single pontoons when it showed double pontoons. It said 4 pontoons. Sent me 2 pontoons. This is the setback of dealing with these Chinese junk companies. Now, the DJI is not junk, but their website is junk. Look how long it took to find the controller. I'm being serious here. Look how long it took to find the controller. 30 minutes with at least 3 people searching for it. That's an hour and a half. Only to believe that we were going to buy the controller for the price of a strap because it's worded that it looks like you're buying a controller. This is what I keep saying about Lazada being a garbage website to buy stuff from. You can go back and forth all day long to buy stuff and not know what you're buying when you push the button. $1,400. I hate trying to find stuff on Lazada. It's junk, Lazada. I've seen that too, Flywoods. I've seen the drones. I saw, originally when I was going to buy a drone, I was going to buy a drone for 4,000 pesos. It said drone, 4,000 pesos, but it's a toy. Then it said mini. Then it said toy in the description. So originally it was the Mavic Mini 2 drone for 4,000 pesos. I'm going, wow, this is only $80 for the Mavic 2. I didn't know anything about drones. And then when you go to buy it, you press buy. It says you are buying the Mavic Mini Pro 2 toy drone. Toy. After you press the buy button. So I had to send that back. Now you know why I get flustered when I go to Lazada. All right, I'm gonna end this live stream. I'm really hungry. Wait, let's see if the battery is charged up. Oh man. Yeah, it's charged up. Okay, so now my next thing is to program the that's charged up. That's charged up. Okay, so my next thing is, oh man, my air conditioner just froze up, shut off. Oh, it lasted 2 hours though. I'll tell you, that's good. Now the good thing, Batman bought me this air conditioning system. God, man, I love Batman. He's bought me so many gifts. He's really has bought me a lot of stuff, Batman. You can plug it in, even though the battery died, but it lasted 3 hours. I hit the bait and ordered 10 flywoods. They got flywoods. They got Frank. I hit the bait and ordered 2 genuine Samsung phones for 6,000K. Real price, 20,000K. Got 2 fakes. Fried Ruby's SIM, but filed a complaint, got a full refund. It's not fair. It's not fair because it has nothing to do with your intelligence. It has to do with the way it's worded. If it says genuine Samsung phones, you know, they got laws now, nothing that has to do with China, but if I buy this shirt, it can have a label, the little label, the little like a postage stamp label. And the label is a little piece of material that says made in the USA. And the law now is that the label was made in the United States of America. They can put that label on the shirt in the store. And it will read that the shirt was made in the USA, but it's not the shirt. It's just the label. And apparently Clinton, Reagan, Johnson, Clinton, and Bush, they all allow this to happen to America. And of course Obama. And now this idiot that we have walking around that's totally incompetent, they allow this. They allow the shirt label to have been processed in America. The shirt label was made in America. So the label says made in the USA. You buy the shirt because it's made in the USA, but only to find out the shirt is not made in the USA. And then what you have to do is look under that label to see that the shirt was made in China. But the label was made in America, and they can put that on top. Nothing screams, if it's too good to be true, louder than Lazada. Yeah, I'm telling you, I sent back 25% of every order I ever ordered from Lazada. Wait, I went so far. I bought from Lazada the Oppo something phone, 5G. Because every store in Bohol advertised the Oppo 5G phone with a full-size man or woman holding up the Oppo 5G phone. Every store in Bohol. Every store. Altaurus Mall in Bohol, I will tell you something right now. Anybody that goes into the Altaurus Mall in Bohol, you are dumber than the day is long. You never go into the Altaurus Mall. First of all, nobody in the Altaurus Mall tells you the truth about anything. Okay? I went up to the Oppo store in the Altaurus Mall, and I said, "Do you have the Oppo 5G phone?" "Yes, sir." "We have that phone." "In stock?" "Yes, in stock." Now, this was after I went to 6 or 7 of the stores. She brings me out the Oppo 4G phone, takes it out of the box, puts the box over to the side, and shows me the phone, and then tells me it's only $64,000, only $1,200, whatever it was. Actually, it was 44,000 pesos, I think it was, $880. And I said to her, "But this is the Oppo 4G phone." "Yes, sir. When the upgrade comes out, you can upgrade it to 5G. I said, "But this is not the 5G phone." "No, sir. But you can upgrade it to 5G when the 5G upgrade comes out." I'm going, "But I asked you if you had the 5G phone." "Yes, sir. This is 5G when the upgrade comes out." So they would have sold me the wrong thing. So then I went to Lazada, and I bought the Oppo 5G phone on Lazada. And I'm going to give you by the numbers. Okay, I'm going to give it to you by the numbers. I bought it last April 1st. Could have been March, could have been May, could have been February. But I bought it last April 1st on Lazada. It said your phone will be shipped within 8 to 10 business days. 10 days later, it said, "Sir, Mr. Fazio," whatever, however they said, "your phone had to be returned due to a damaged package." So 10 days, 12 days I waited for it. "We will ship you another phone." So I waited another 2 weeks. It said your phone will be delivered by X and X amount of days. I waited 2 more weeks. So now we're at 5 weeks to get the phone. This is from Lazada. It said your phone will be delivered tomorrow. Then in the morning it said your phone will be delivered this evening at between 8 and 12 p.m. midnight. So I waited home and I didn't get the phone. At 5 o'clock it said your phone, we've had a complication, your phone will be delivered tomorrow. That went on for a couple of more days. Okay, so now it's 6 weeks, from 10 days to 6 weeks. Okay, so I get the phone like on the 3rd day, and I'm talking to the driver, and I said to the driver, "Okay, look, I waited 6 weeks for my order to come. If this phone breaks and I have to send it back, what happens?" He goes, I said, "Will you pick it up?" He said, "No, sir. You have to go to a store near the BQ Mall." He didn't say that, but he said, "You have to bring it to a JT Express place." So I said, "Well, and how long will it take to get back to the factory?" He goes, "Anywhere from 3 to 4 weeks." So if I ordered it, it took 6 weeks to get here, and it's 3 or 4 weeks back to the factory. It'll take could take 6 more weeks to send me a new phone or to fix that phone. So that would be 12 and 3, 15 weeks. Well, there's 52 weeks in a year. That's 15 weeks is 4 months. Theoretically, I could buy that phone. I could take the phone out of the driver's hand, and I could not have the phone back for 4 months. And then in 4 months, if they sent me one that works, I would have a phone. But if it broke, I'd have to send it back, and it could be another 3 or 4 months. So the driver told me, I said, has this ever happened? He said, yes. Plain and simple. I said, you know what? Take the phone back. Sorry, I can't do that. I said, yeah, you could do that. Just tell them I'm not here. Just tell them I'm not home, that you're returning the phone. So he did that. But, he didn't want to do that. I guess he gets paid by the delivery. Whatever. I don't care. So it took 6 weeks to get a phone that was supposed to take 10 to 12 days. Then it could be 3 to 4 weeks for it to go back to the factory. Then 3 or 4 weeks or 6 more weeks for them. No. You got to be very careful what you order from Lazada. Okay. With that, it's 5 hours and 55 minutes. I'm going to say goodbye. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Frank, Black Dave, Dennis Adams, Scott Del Fuego, Louis Pagan Ponce. Thank everybody for your information, for your super chats, for your company while I do this. And I'll get back with you guys tomorrow and let you know when I program that card and whatnot. Thank you very much. I'm Ping Permy. Gotta go. I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. I'm tired. Thank you so much, Dennis. Thank you, Flywoods, for sticking through this with me. And bye-bye for now. And, of course, I'm Ping Permy, which means take care always. Discontinued. Got that, Dennis. Bye-bye.